Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back.
Good morning, my friends. It's time to get the DeOrganized daily live stream rolling. We are live. Today's daily contest is active. I have pinned the post, so I don't have to announce that I will be pinning the post. The post is pinned to the top of the DeOrganized page for today's live stream. If you have anything going on today, drop it in the live stream. If you want to enter to win 200 stacks, we're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. To enter, all you have to do is go to the live stream thread each day and answer the daily question. You can answer once per day. So you have an opportunity to get maybe 20 some odd entries for the month. We have probably about 8 live streams left for the month of December. We're going to have probably a couple days off around the holidays, although we might do some live streams with some pre-recorded content to give you guys something to catch up on and maybe some opportunities to enter. We have a great day going on today. Lots going on. We'll be back with the news at 8:30 a.m. Don't forget the whatever morning space at 8 a.m. with Binta and the Good Vibe Tribe on the DeOrganized account as well. We'll be back with the news at 8:30. We have a really great guest coming on at noon today, George McHale from, in this capacity, he's going to be coming from Bitcoin for Corporations to talk to us about the MSCI indexing rules that are proposed that seem harmful to companies looking to hold crypto on their balance sheets. We're going to talk about that. We got Dr. Wappy joining us sometime around 1 p.m. this afternoon, all times Eastern, by the way, because the world revolves around New York City, which we are not in, but nearby. We are Eastern Seaboard U.S., so we go by East Coast time, and I forget to remind everybody that it's East Coast. That's why I say it like that. So we got some great stuff coming on today. Lots going on in the ecosystem. Stay tuned. And we're going to actually leave you this morning with a rerun from last Friday's episode where we sat down with Tony, who's building out X402 on Stacks. We're going to share that with you guys now, and we'll be back with the news at 8:30. And again, don't forget, jump into the live stream chat thread. Let us know how long you've been in crypto, and you're entered to win 200 STX, which we will draw after the month ends, so early first week of January, probably like right around the 1st. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, much love, and we'll be back. We'll see you later on the live stream. Y'all have a blessed day.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing that.
All right, so without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah,
it's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been a rock star. You've been making this circuit. Yes. You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I'm gonna set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a frat. I loved it. I thought you guys were. You guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give up a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the hack, or submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that, but I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry, I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2, so obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't. And I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago. But like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction, X402. A lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like first super slow, like like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need to a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So, for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like, for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, is BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent. Maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's going to be like super automatically. Like agent, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatically way, right? Because they don't need the human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase, or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with B2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the big one, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but at least with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created, it's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense, because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents, that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why for security reasons they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, um, because really most payments are going to be in USDC and or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. Um, so is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could
exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin, but that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can has its own token. So I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this. Because now, let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token. But they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC. I don't have enough USDC right now. The protocol can give me credit, so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
Doing good.
GM.
So yeah, I'm just
Yogi.
just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important things that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token. And that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX. And Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic. And in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Dope. We have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted. You may leave. No, payment required. Return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony? As far as you would say, that sounds about accurate to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is held by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
and by the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I think it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a stream of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this X402, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about X402 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is 5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want, test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with X402.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 Labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With X402, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a X402 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agent is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks, they can. Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask, okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service, and maybe you can pay for the DoorDash, you can pay for LLMs, you can pay for AI images, AI music, all these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. We knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community, and it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find2Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find2Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out.
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, we'll be right back after a word from our sponsor BitFlow with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find2Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find2Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow.
I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb use. That will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the three key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're going to have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And and just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. I really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley is. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
optimize more. Notes in the doc, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, vacation. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From call to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
Good morning, Lily. How are you today?
Good
I'm
morning.
good. How are you guys?
Good, good.
Morning.
I'm Peace. This is GP and 300.
Hi guys. I'm Lily.
Lily, what's up?
Good morning.
Very
Nice to
happy
meet
have
you.
today.
Yeah, you guys too.
Happy to
Where are
have you
guys
here.
from? Calling from the States, I guess, I'm assuming.
Yeah, East Coast.
I'm East Coast, GP's East Coast. Hana's in Zimbabwe.
Oh, sick.
Africa, Zimbabwe.
Let's go.
Yeah, we have a very broad community. We got a lot of people participating in this project from all over Africa, South, LATAM, friends in Europe, Asia, all over, Australia.
Nice. I was just in Argentina, actually.
Oh, were you down? We were for Dev Connect.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's where I met Didi at your booth over there. That's how we got introduced.
Yeah, it was a really good conference. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was very packed. The travel was a little tough for me both ways.
Yeah.
But, where are you located? You're in the U.S.
I'm in Toronto, actually.
Toronto. So like the 51st state, as Blockface said.
It's not that far, you know. It's like an hour flight to New York, so.
Yeah, it's not far at all. I'm in New England, so I'm like a 3-hour drive to New York. Tinderly, what's up, man? Tinderly's joining us. How are you doing, man? You with us?
Tinderly, what's up?
Tinderly might be having some connectivity issues, or he wasn't expecting us to have a guest. So we don't always have guests. Sometimes we just hang out and chat. So Lily, tell us a little bit about. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about Para, whatever you want to talk about, really. But we are very much just to kind of give you a little background of what we do. Obviously, we're a little bit stacks focused. We're Bitcoin stacks oriented. However, we're crypto oriented. We are not chain maxis by any stretch. We love all sorts of options developing on whatever chain. And you guys are offering multiple chain solutions. And something that we've been calling onboard your mom type of technology.
I love that.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit more about what you're doing with Para.
Yeah, so my role, call it growth, one of those all-encompassing sort of positions. And I've been with Para for, I'd say, like about 8 months-ish. I guess to start off, the way that I got involved with this project, I think is maybe helpful for understanding it. So my background is in decentralized science. I was trying to onboard your mom, basically. I was working with scientists who are really not familiar with crypto in general. Very smart people, some of the smartest, I would say. But they didn't have any familiarity with just crypto as a concept or anything. We're trying to use basically blockchain tech to make science better in a lot of ways, make it more open, make it more accessible. And I do think, I very much believe in that ethos still. I think that a lot of science is broken and blockchain tech can help that. But the place that we were getting stuck is none of this was working because we couldn't get users because we couldn't onboard them.
Yeah, right.
It was just,
the non-native crowd is hard to access.
Exactly. Yeah, so that was very much an issue. We tried a number of options. At the time, we were trying another somewhat analogous product to Para that I won't name, but that didn't work because we needed to onboard them to multiple applications, and it only worked in one application. So I was just like, basically, it's very frustrating to build something that's very helpful, but you can't get to anyone. There's like no distribution, basically. So I kind of took a step back. I have a background in like user experience and product, and I was like, how is this fixed, right? So I was like, okay, leaving decentralized science, start looking around, talking to my friends a lot. Someone mentions Para, and they're like, yeah, you can onboard on one application with Para using your email, and then go somewhere else and sign in with your email and not have to create a new wallet. And like, that sounds so basic. That sounds like step one of like crypto in general, but
right, it's necessary actually to onboard.
Yeah,
It's there's tons of friction without being able to do it this way.
exactly. So I got super excited and I was like, I need to work on this project. So I just basically tracked them down and sending them messages and everything. And yeah, it's been really cool. So Para, if you kind of got a bit from that, is an embedded wallet. It's infrastructure, so you wouldn't have like download a Para app. An app builder would integrate Para into their application as like a front end SDK. It can actually work as like a headless, just like wallet generation in the background. So for a lot of like fintechs, that's quite exciting. We got mobile, we got web, basically anywhere you need to integrate onboarding wallets and/or onboarding, Para can get in there. So there's a huge kind of swath of applications there, and like you mentioned earlier, we do any EVM, like L1 if you want to do, like you want to build on Base, you want to build on, I don't know, Mana, pretty much anything there, Solana and Cosmos and Bitcoin in the roadmap actually. So
Bitcoin's in the roadmap.
Yeah,
very cool.
The handle is at get_para. Sorry, someone else in the chat.
Oh yeah, get_para. I have it. A GP. You can run them. You can put it up. It's it's also getpara.com is the website too.
Pull this guy up here and check it out. So you guys definitely need to be following Para here. So that's get@para or get_para there. This is sick. I want to be able to use one wallet for all of my apps across different chains. That sounds lovely.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. I know you mentioned that we met in you met Aditi in Argentina. That was like a useful demonstration in Para because the DevConnect app was using Para for their onboarding. So
I think I actually did. I went 2 days. We were down there I was down there with Stacks, and Stacks had a couple of satellite events that we worked. We had a hacker house down there. It was really great. But the first day I went, I was like super fast because I only had a little bit of time. And the second day was when I met with you guys, and it was the day that Cloudflare was down.
Oh my god!
For everybody,
and the internet at that conference too.
And the internet was garbage. Nothing worked, and it was like, but there was definitely like still tons of people, tons of activity. It was really it was very encouraging and the conversations, because it was a largely, what I experienced there was a largely developer based audience too. So there was a lot of, it wasn't curious tourists kind of thing. Like we were at Bitcoin Vegas in May, and not that it was only that, but it was a lot of that too. Like it was a lot more retail and people like curious people that don't really know. Here it was devs. And so there was a lot of cool stuff happening. There's a lot of great stuff being developed. But what you guys are offering gives people an opportunity to connect with their wallet. They don't need a seed phrase. They don't even need to download a wallet app, essentially. Their app is kind of like it's embedded in the application that they're using. But if they go to another application that's also integrated with Para, they log in with their email address. They're getting the same wallet.
Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like I was saying earlier, that sounds basic. It's not typically the case. We're able to do that because we use MPC. So that's the way that like the key is never actually brought together completely. So it's super secure. But that also means that it's portable. So we like call it like universal wallets, basically. Like you can go to one place, sign in, go to another place, sign in, and all your assets, all of your NFTs, like anything that you have in your wallet ends up coming with you. So we actually see a lot of interest from ecosystems for this reason as well. So we have like ecosystems like Camp Network and Vana are using Para as their ecosystem wallet. So when you have like a Camp wallet or Vana wallet, you have users that basically like a new app comes to the ecosystem, they launch. You already have users that have funded wallets. An email click to log in, you know, they don't even have to like open another app. And they're coming with assets already. So it's pretty cool that way. And that wallet can come with you outside the ecosystem as well. So.
What blockchains is Para like supporting right now?
So EVM, Solana, and Cosmos at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin in the roadmap.
Bitcoin on the roadmap, yeah.
So and we have, and that also means that Stacks could very well be in the roadmap down the line too, partly because one thing that we're working on in Stacks right now, a proposal in the Stacks ecosystem is to you can use Bitcoin addresses as Stacks addresses, because every Bitcoin address can actually just derive a Stacks address out of it. So they're working on an update that allows sending Stacks and Stacks tokens just using the Bitcoin address. So that might even be, not that it's that hard to integrate with Clarity anyway. There's a lot of big brains over here. I'm sure we'll be happy to help, sort that out. But we may not even need to be able to start integrating into Stacks apps once that improvement proposal passes.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think like the composability and like cross-chain, cross-network, etc. ethos is really kind of growing. I think that's, like we were saying earlier, when we're trying to onboard people from outside of this deep. We're on a call this morning about these topics. Like clearly we are very interested in them. But if I have my friend who thinks that I work on Bitcoin and I want to get her to try out an app, I want her to be able to just click sign in with email and not have to realize like which chain it's on and switch chain.
Right. Right. That's the only way retail adoption happens. People need to not know they're using crypto, period. Almost.
Exactly.
They don't need to, they're just using the app for whatever value add the app gives them in their life, and they don't have to think about it. That's the frictionless way. That's how you onboard your mom. That's what we're working on here. Which we did have a Clarity is the main language on Stacks, and we did actually have an update to the Clarity language that allows developers to build with WebAuthn and passkey technology directly in like the Clarity smart contracts. But that's not necessarily, if you have a provider that's already providing the infrastructure for you, it makes it easier. Then that's and it's a safe and useful solution that saves the developers a lot of headache trying to adapt it that way.
Yeah. I think passkeys are really interesting. I mean, obviously, like there's also like the recent Fusaka fork on Ethereum, so I guess parallel to that with the passkeys addition there. We've been kind of talking about this idea of progressive onboarding. So we recently added one-click login to the features that we have, and we're putting that as kind of like the standard when you're building with Para. That's the standard login now, so it's basically just like click, log in with your email, you get in. We used to have like passkeys as you have to have passkeys basically. What you find is that not all, like if you're going to a country where people have not very modern phones, not everyone has passkey access at the moment. we're moving towards that, but
everyone has email.
Everyone has email, yeah. So what we have as options now is one-click login. You can turn on password, like add a password. You can turn on add a PIN. You can turn on add a passkey. And the way that we're looking at this is like, we have something called guest mode, where you can actually explore an application without even signing in at all or creating an account. So it like provisions a wallet in the background. It's like pre-generates a wallet for this user. So just say like, I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Blockchain, I don't know, or I don't know, some game. I just want to know what it does. I'm clicking on stuff, right? And then I got to a point where I actually fund my wallet. And I was like, okay, sign in with your email. You know, that's easy. Then I got really into it. I spend, I'm like really generating some money, or maybe I want to like onboard some on-ramp some funds, or maybe I want to like take some money out of it, whatever. At that point, we allow the builders to say, okay, like, this is a good time for you to add a passkey to your account, secure it a little bit more. You have a lot of funds in there, But it's not kind of immediately like, hey, let's go download this application. It's called MetaMask. You have to write down 12 words. Don't show anyone those words, but put them somewhere that you will not lose them.
But don't put them on your computer. Don't take a picture of them. You have to write them down, like the old-fashioned way. People get a hand cramp, especially if you do 24 words. Yeah, it is. It's a problem that needs to be solved, and there definitely are a number of solutions in the marketplace, but you guys definitely seem to be well on your way to meaningfully provide options in the marketplace for this. Very, very cool stuff. And so, like, one of our friends in the ecosystem, he goes by Crypto Dude, and he's built a handful of very cool projects. There's one called BoostX that you can send and receive stacks using BNS names, which is a stacks, .btc names. If you have it in your X handle, you can actually like send people stacks through X. Really cool stuff. Cool. Another thing, him and GP are working on a project called Cryptonauts, where they have integrated the Stacks wallet with Unreal Engine. They're building a game that is connected to the Stacks ecosystem, so you can basically engage with token gating in levels or on-chain assets and stuff like that. And so they're going to have a product that will appeal to the non-native crypto crowd. And we need to figure out ways to be able to make it easier for these people to onboard, not have to go to get your Leather wallet or your Xverse wallet and download it, and write down the seed phrase. Like that's too complicated for a project like that to grow.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of, it's also not a lot of risk. It's not a high deposit platform when you're newly getting started, so there's not a lot of risk there without the passkey and all of that stuff when they first onboard. So we've talked about this a lot as far as like when you're going to onboard, you don't need as much risk mitigation as to when you're going to start really engaging in larger fund transactions, and that's the point where you really want to push those security measures and make sure that they're, when they are self-custodying, that they know how to do it safely.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but we got to get them in before we can educate them.
Exactly.
That's the key.
Yeah, it's a balance. It's really like you need to figure out how to, I don't know, not scare people off. I mean, I know myself, like if something is asking me like 4 questions when I sign up, I'm going to go back to that. Just like,
to be honest with you, none of us has the time. We're all inundated with an endless stream of information, more tasks to complete all the time. So I don't have the time. Like there have definitely been times where people have asked me to try out projects. And like, I'm not a big Solana user, so I would have to go, like my Solana wallet's on my phone, but I can't really test that stuff on my phone. I got to go on my machine. So I have to download an app and install it. And then like 2 minutes into that process, I already got a message that's taking me away from it. And I'm never getting back to it. It's too long.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we connect with a lot of KYC providers. We don't do KYC. That's like, you can add it in really easily with Para. But for me, I think the next frontier is also like KYC that works in a similar way where you have to KYC once in your life. And then
and it stays with your wallet. That would be just too easy, right?
Ideally, yeah, that's like the dream. I think that's,
Well, the dream would be that they stop
Yes.
forcing,
Yes.
that they stop treating us all like we're criminals until we prove otherwise. But
What do you need to know about me so bad?
well, that's not the debate here today. But we will, like, we have feelings about that on this show. We do not care for. I mean, you do what you got to do, right? I'm KYC'd on a bunch of stuff because you have to.
Yeah.
But the ethic behind it kind of puts the government in a position that it's not supposed to be, with the way we wrote the Constitution a couple hundred years ago in the U.S. It doesn't quite jive because it holds people guilty until proven innocent. It's just it's the backwards way of doing it, and it also creates a barrier to entry for, it establishes traditional financial institutions as being more in control because they're able to absorb the cost of doing that, and so it makes it harder. But if you're going to engage, you got to engage along the rules that are set for us, and so we have to follow them. So if you can do that more easily, by all means, we should explore that.
How do you guys feel about like ZK, like KYC stuff?
I just think it's ZK?
Yeah, like I guess like
knowledge
revealing
scale?
that you are a human, you exist in this place, but it doesn't say anything to anyone about you yourself.
Well, it's better than if it's in a centralized database for it to be exploited somewhere, right? At least it's a little bit more consumer protective. But I don't know if it actually preserves the. I still don't understand why I have to KYC to spend my money. Like, I have to prove that it's not that I didn't do anything wrong to have it to begin with. I don't like it. I don't like that part.
Freedom to transact.
Right. The whole purpose of a decentralized exchange network is so that nobody can be cut off. KYC is a method to try to cut people off. So it's anathema to the ethos that we also adhere to the Bitcoin ethos. Decentralized, distributed, trustless, permissionless, all of that, and just borderless, censorship resistance, and that's KYC is opposite of censorship resistance, in my opinion. But I also think that we need to keep society safe. I'm not a maxi on any position. I just think that we've gone a little bit too far in the surveillance state side of things. So anyway, I didn't mean to. That's not the tangent we wanted to go on here.
No, I think it's interesting. I mean, like, do you think that like the so you guys are like, I would say you sound like you're a bit more on like the builder side, like you have a lot of interest in the infrastructure on things that are happening with Bitcoin, right?
Yes.
But then you do find like a lot of people coming from like a very traditional financial background coming into the Bitcoin space, like that's like their first
now
to crypto. So you feel like there's like kind of like a dichotomy there between the two?
Yes, I do. I think that there's actually like, for instance, Stripe. So there's a hardware product that came out of our community called Rider Wallet. It's it's like a hardware device and you just tap it on your phone and it signs your wallet. It's really cool. They're a hardware provider, and Stripe just took away their ability. They were approved for payments on Stripe. Stripe just canceled their ability to engage in payments. Well, why would Stripe do that? Well, they're saying it has to. They're treating non-custodial service providers as being a risk for transacting, which is in Stripe and their partners' interests, because they are TradFi. They want to control the flow of money. They want it all to go through them, and so they don't want to empower self-custody, non-custodial solutions to let people transact. That's my opinion is that they're probably lobbying specifically to allow them to limit more so that way. So I think that there's absolutely a concerted effort by the established players to control. I mean, that's what they're going to do, right? If they can control it, they will control it. And so any way that they can, they will.
Yeah. I guess with the Genius Act too, there's a little bit more establishment in what you can and can't do, right? So.
Right. And we need it's complex. It's not just a dichotomy, because there's merit on both sides. And even so it's broader than just say you're either this way or that way. But we really they have a lot more resources with which to establish their preferred thesis. So it's important that we balance it out.
Yeah. Find a middle ground.
Make sure we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The whole purpose, we don't just want banking 2.0 with blockchains.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have been writing about that on Twitter lately. I've seen a lot of think pieces in the last couple of weeks, even as we kind of move towards a lot of larger players getting involved in this space. I think we have to figure out how the existing products, companies, just interested people work into that.
Yeah, exactly. Just how do we protect the rights of the individual to just transact without any kind of imposition on that process unnecessarily, and it's not easy, but projects like what you guys are doing are actually helping us, with the rails to be able to figure it out. How do we do it? So I love that. Really, really interesting stuff you guys got going on over there.
Thank you.
Now, you guys, is it the one click login? That's something you guys just rolled out, I think, right?
Yes, I was hoping to demo it, and I realized that the vast majority of our projects that are using it right now are on mobile. Because mobile is you really want to get them through, right?
Yeah, that's where your growth is going to happen.
Exactly. But yeah, if you did use the DevConnect, I think you said that there was Wi-Fi issues there, but the DevConnect app was there. That was really interesting because it was at scale. We had I don't know how many people were at that conference, 15,000 or something.
It was a lot.
For that.
It was very busy.
And a lot of people they just signed in, got their ticket, and then kind of opened it later. And a few people, not a few, a number of people, I went up to, I was like, oh yeah, because you have a wallet, and they're like, oh, I have a wallet? Oh, sick! I have a wallet. I just put my email in, and you can get money from Peanut, whatever, that sort of thing. So that was pretty cool to be able to have that one-click sort of sign-on. I've also rolled out a number of other features, which I think are, I recently, today we posted a blog, which should be going live in 1 minute, I believe. Just kind of announcing a bunch of new features. We have send functionality now. You can link your accounts. I think this is really cool, actually, the account linking thing, because you can link, say, your Twitter, or your other wallet, your MetaMask, maybe, all these things to your account, and this sort of builds more of an identity, but it's you decide what your identity, or you could just sign in with your email. You have this
so I can connect so I have so is it considered a para wallet?
Yeah, I mean, it acts like a typical wallet, and we have a lot of AI providers as well, so it's my account. But for intents and purposes of discussion, it makes it a lot easier if I say para wallet. You can export your private key if that's something that you want to do as well. So
you can actually restore the wallet, and you can restore your wallets in another wallet app.
Yeah. So a really big thing for us is that we're not custodial. It's always the users. We have no control over the wallet. The application that has integrated Para has no control over the wallet. So.
Right, and that's the big unlock here for app providers, because otherwise, to make it easy, you would actually have to, you'd basically be custodying the wallets, and that's not good. That's too much risk for the providers, and it's not really best for the consumer either. What So the solution here is just making it easier for the consumers to have a wallet, to use a wallet, but it's still self-custodial.
Yeah, and I think that it actually really helps, like in kind of unexpected ways as well. Like we have like a project building with Para called Decal, and they're working on like payments with Solana. So like payments at a terminal at a cafe, and they're thinking about adding point systems, right? You can see that point system throughout, say, like all 4 locations of this local cafe. But then what if that point system also translates to, say, the bar down the street, or I don't know, like the local grocer? The fact that it's not like we have this universal wallets actually allows more of like a network effect, and more of it gives the ability for the
clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. Boost eggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2s, showcasing new projects.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Tuesday, the 16th of December. We are a little bit late getting the news show going this morning. I apologize. I was tied up in a couple of things that I just could not get away from, could not get out of the morning molasses. But we are here. We have some great content coming at you today. Friendly reminder, we have a daily entry for our 200 STX giveaway. We are giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. All you have to do is go to this live stream thread on X. It's pinned to the top of the DeOrganized BTC page on X. And you just reply to the daily question today. How long have you been in crypto? Let us know. Drop it in the comments. And you are entered to win 200 STX. You can enter daily. Every day, Monday through Friday, we do this contest. And it's open for the entirety. If the live stream is still live and running, you can still enter. We do post the question in the comments below the live stream, so you don't have to wait and find it on the stream to get it, although we do broadcast it throughout the day as well. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We are providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, the numbers this morning, let's take a look. Things are a little interesting to say the least. Bitcoin dropping again 3%, coming in at 86,840. That's up a little bit. I think it hit 85 yesterday at one point. Ethereum slipping below $3,000 again. We got a lot of red going on in the markets. We kind of saw that yesterday too. So things are on sale. Crypto is on sale. There's we have some things to talk about in the news that might explain why this is going on. Stacks coming in at 26 cents. That's the lowest I've ever seen it personally. I missed it at 22 cents way back when it bottomed. We're right down near the all-time low for the Stacks ecosystem. So if you have any kind of faith that the Stacks ecosystem is going to do better than its lowest price ever, and I do, you might want to look at accumulating some. Not financial advice, just some friendly advice from somebody who's very fond of the ecosystem. To a lot of the people, there's so much building, so much going on. It's amazing. But fear dipping back down to 22, getting close to that extreme fear range again. Conventional wisdom, buy on red days, buy when the market's fearful. We do have a couple of gainers though. Pippin, which I've never heard of, Canton doing a little bit of a run, and XDC Network are your top three gainers in the last 24 hours. Normally I segue into STX tools, but we have a report on that as well that we will get into shortly this morning. Some interesting news on the STX tools front today. Huge shout out to Rubes, and I will fill you guys in on that in a minute. Let me actually just get my news thread here. There we go. I hope it's right. Share this instead. Oh, that was the other thing I needed to do. Huh, that's weird. Okay, so we looked at the numbers. This was the numbers post. Crypto market liquidity shrinks ahead of holidays. People are broke. That's probably why the markets are not finding a rebound yet. Crypto market liquidity is tightening as the year-end holiday period approaches. Increasing the risk of sharper price swings across digital assets, analysts note that thinner order books and reduced trading participation tend to amplify volatility, particularly for altcoins. While Bitcoin often holds up better during risk-off periods, the trend suggests markets may remain fragile into year-end, with price moves more influenced by positioning and sentiment than fundamentals. People are broke. It's hard to be bullish and or support the market. It's hard to take advantage of great prices. You don't have a lot of personal liquidity, and that's probably really a fundamental thing right now. There's just people are not as flush as they were a year ago, 2 years ago, for a number of reasons, by the way. Grayscale dismisses quantum computing threat to Bitcoin. This is interesting. Grayscale has pushed back against renewed claims that quantum computing poses an imminent threat to Bitcoin security. The firm argues that practical quantum attacks capable of breaking Bitcoin's cryptography remain far off, and that the network would have sufficient time to adopt quantum-resistant upgrades if needed. Grayscale framed the debate as more theoretical than actionable, emphasizing Bitcoin's long-term adaptability. It is not theoretical. It's absolutely 100% not theoretical. It's literally just a matter of time before quantum computing gets to the power that it will require upgrade to Bitcoin. It's going to happen. So with that in mind, it probably makes sense to act sooner than later. That's in my opinion. We actually had Dan O'Farron, a former core dev at Ethereum, worked on Hedera. He's at a project called Tectonic right now that's working on quantum resistance. There is a fix for this, by the way. There is a solution. It needs to be adopted. It needs to be pushed. So it takes time to implement the fix and to make sure that everyone. It's going to require anyone that holds Bitcoin in an exposed wallet to transfer to a new wallet that has upgraded cryptography that is quantum resistant. So it's a big deal, and I'm not sure why Grayscale would be taking a position. I'm not sure why anyone would want a vocal position downplaying the risk. It's not a risk that's going to happen tomorrow. I mean, worst case scenario, they're talking 2028 might be the advent of such powerful quantum computing. That's probably unrealistic, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility with the advent of new technologies rapidly innovating, iterating. So I think we should take it more seriously than Grayscale's suggesting we need to today. Interesting, though, that they're just coming out and saying that. Custodia Bank seeks end bank rehearing in Fed account case. Custodia Bank has requested an end bank rehearing after a federal appeals court denied its attempt to obtain a federal master account. The move keeps alive a high-profile legal battle over whether crypto-focused banks can access core U.S. banking infrastructure. The outcome could have broader implications for how regulators treat banks that seek to bridge traditional finance and digital assets. It's interesting. I think we're going to get more and more convergence of crypto platforms and banking services and banking recognition as a legitimate bank. I think that's only a matter of time before that comes. Spain sets out MiCA expectations for crypto firms. More regulatory means more clarity as to how these companies need to act moving forward. Spain's financial regulator has outlined how it plans to implement the EU's markets in crypto assets MiCA framework, providing clearer guidance for crypto firms operating in the country. While the guidance offers regulatory certainty, it also signals stricter compliance with and oversight as MiCA moves from policy into enforcement. The announcement reflects a broader European shift toward formalized crypto supervision. StraitsX to launch SGD and USD stablecoins on Solana. StraitsX announced plans to launch Singapore dollar and US dollar stablecoins on Solana, aiming to enable faster and more efficient SGD USD swaps. The initiative highlights growing demand for regulated, region-specific stablecoins to support cross-border payments and FX settlements. It also underscores Solana's increasing role in stablecoin infrastructure and payment-focused use cases. More adoption, more expansion. These are like, there's regular good news happening all the time. Adoption is coming. Adoption is here. The price action doesn't reflect actually the adoption level of Bitcoin and crypto right now, in my opinion. Huge shout out to the team at Tenero. Our brother Rubes, who created STX Tools, has evolved it into Tenero. And we're really excited about that. It launched yesterday. Tenero has officially launched as the next evolution of STX Tools, expanding into a multi-chain analytics platform focused on Bitcoin-aligned ecosystems. At launch, Tenero supports Stack, Spark, and Sports.Fun, offering real-time analytics, advanced token and liquidity pool data, wallet and whale tracking, and a builder-focused API. The platform positions itself as a foundational analytics infrastructure as Bitcoin, DeFi, and related ecosystems continue to mature. We love STX Tools as a great tool for the Stack ecosystem, and cannot wait to have those tools and functionality expanded to a broader Bitcoin space. We're really excited about that. For sure. And GP, you are right. DeOrganized is where it's at right here. We are actually also super excited. We have two guests coming on later on in the day. And by expanding our streams to be all-day live streams, it gives us more flexibility to accommodate guests such as George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine and Bitcoin for Corporations. He's going to join the live stream at noon today, noon Eastern, to break down MSCI's proposed crypto classification rules and what they can mean for Bitcoin treasury companies, corporate balance sheets, and institutional capital. I cannot wait. I think this is a very important conversation to be having. People need to be aware that this is going on. It does seem to be it's interesting, and I'll look more to talking with George about that at noon. Also at 1 p.m. we have Dr. Wapi coming on to talk to us about his Aligners Labs project that he's been working on or participating with, and we're really excited about that as well. As we are a little bit slow this morning, although I did get through that news before 9. That's great. We do have GP. I'll talk to you about that in a little bit. We have our homies. Let me bring on the homies. Let me turn off the screen share here. And we got GP in the house. What's up, GP? How you doing today, brother? Wait a minute. How come you're not on there? What's going on? This is weird. All right, hold on.
What happened, man? What happened? Good morning, DeOrganized family. How are we doing this lovely Taco Tuesday?
Oh, we're doing well. I hope there is tacos for dinner. I could use some. Although we had an amazing chili last night. It was great. There's the taco. It's a sign.
It's a sign. Tacos inbound. Let's go.
Let's go. We got 300 in the house, too. What's up, brother?
Good morning.
Morning, CEOs, GPPs. I hope you're well. Good to be here,
We had, so I have my wife has a really awesome chili recipe. Lots of meat, less beans than meat. She always makes mac and cheese. If you guys have never put homemade mac and cheese into your chili, you're welcome.
Oh, chili mac? Forget about it. Yeah.
Bro, it's so good. It's like the only way to have chili.
But you said what? Let me write it down, bro. Let me write it down. You said mac and what?
Mac and cheese. Macaroni and cheese in your chili.
Macaroni and cheese. Macaroni
so
and
good.
cheese and chili.
So good.
It's a very American dish.
Yeah.
He's telling 3 honey right now. He's like, I want
gotta-
some cheese.
Yeah,
gotta
I'm
try
telling 300. She's laughing. She's laughing. She's just behind me and just told the recipe.
And then the other thing is, she's been adding stew beef into the chili. So there's little bits of stew beef in with the regular ground beef and all the stuff. Man, amazing.
Man, I can't be hungry this morning like this early, man. My stomach's gonna be growling by the time the show's over, and I'm gonna have to rush to the food place.
That's what happens when you bring up Taco Tuesday. It makes me think about food, and I have a lot to say.
Yo, it got me reminiscent about chili mac and with stew beef in it and all these good stuff. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I feel like I need some good soup. What's really good is taking a rotisserie chicken and butchering that up and then making some fresh chicken noodle soup with some broth.
What's a rotisserie chicken?
So in the grocery stores here in the U.S., they have these big spits. It's called a spit. They stick like the whole bird on like a skewer, and it's a bunch of these birds, and it just rotates in this oven, a rotisserie chicken, right? And cooks and cooks and cooks and cooks for hours until it's nice and juicy, and they sell the whole bird just like that.
Make sure you're getting good rest, too, GP.
Yeah, my sleep schedule has been a little bit wonky, but that's okay. And we had a cold snap, so it got very, very. It was warm. It was like mid 60s, and then it just dropped to the high 20s.
So you guys are in the same temperature band as we are now.
Yeah, my ears are like ringing, and like I've got a little bit of pressure behind my eyes and stuff like that. So I'm trying my best to hang on and keep the high frequencies rolling. Got to show up and show out, regardless of how we feel sometimes. And I'll make it through it. I'm better than I was yesterday. Feeling pretty rough yesterday.
You need to take some rest because I know you've been cranking, bro, the whole year, bro. So, yep, I see how you putting in so much work for the Zest, for yourself, for DeOrganized, and a whole lot of people, bro. We appreciate that.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it, man. I have to. It is my mission. It is my duty to try to be like to inspire and help wherever I can, wherever I fit in. I want to be able to extend that help and empower our community. So it's my mission, it's in my calling, and I hold that near and dear. So gotta show up, man.
Yeah, plus you're a badass. You're not sitting down unless you absolutely. We had to kick you off the show because you were like real sick. I remember that. We're not. That the DeOrganized team doesn't have quit in us. None of us do.
Nope.
There's been a handful of times when I was too sick to go, and we did get it covered, and you guys did an amazing job. And there was a couple of times where we had to kick GP off because he obviously needed the rest. But we show up. That's actually a huge part of our strength is that we. It takes a lot to keep us down. Bad news doesn't matter. An impromptu, community strike for no good reason doesn't matter. We keep showing up. Sometimes we're a little late with the news because we have to handle some biz that we weren't expecting. And there's a lot behind putting this all together. But we are here every day because there's not a ton of news every day. Some days it's slow. Sometimes there's not a lot of viewership. Sometimes we don't get as much interest. There's not as much people participating. There's not as many people on X some days. But we don't know that until after we show up and do our thing. And by being here consistently every day, now we're reliable so that when there is something somebody wants to come out and talk about, like Rubes with his
Tenero,
and other, we got Truth Chain coming on Wednesday. We got Rubes, I think, lined up for Friday morning. We have more people looking to get on sooner than later. Like the thing, we got George McHale from BTC Bitcoin Magazine coming on today to talk about some pretty serious stuff. And that was all. So how that came about, by the way, was that's the team that puts on the Bitcoin conference. So when we were down in Vegas in May, the same group that gave us press credentials to access the Bitcoin conference in Vegas last May, like they do periodic updates. They're like, oh, we have this going on. If anyone who wants to have this guest come on, let us know. And so I got an email last week about this MSCI thing, and George wanted to come on and make the rounds talking about it because we do need to create more awareness about it. And so we have that happening today. If we hadn't switched to the all-day live streams, might have been pretty hard to line that up. We have that happening. Same thing with Whoppy. Whoppy's never been on the live stream before.
Yeah.
It's because of the timing of things. So by reiterating and doing the all day, being available all day, and pushing ourselves to be, just kind of always on, because we're always here. Do people need a 24/7 or a 12-hour live stream? No. But they need a place to go and
disseminate the platform.
When they need it, we're available. And that's why, having the all-day stream is valuable. There's nothing special about an all-day stream except for it makes us available when the market needs us.
I think that's true. Very, very true. Just being available. So like if you are a project founder of any type that wants to come on the stream, and that flexibility is very, very key, to get that insight, to get that inside scoop and get the alpha, right? We can pop in at any time. We start the stream at around 7:30, something like that. And then we keep rolling all the way through until at least 5 p.m. ET, and sometimes even a little bit later. So, that's very crucial because our builders are busy, working on new innovations, right? And I've been using that word a lot lately. Innovation is because it's surrounding us. It is encompassing everything that is going on in our ecosystem. So if you are a builder, come kick it with us. Come shoot the breeze. Speaking of being busy, it is a busy week for Stacks, right? We've got Stacks and all this stuff. I put together a little video. You care if I play this real quick?
No, but real quick before you do, I just want to respond to Bayo, who's in the live chat and asking if the giveaway question is still on. Our giveaway right now it's available throughout the entire day as long as the stream is active. So if the stream is live, you go to the DeOrganized BTC page on X. If the stream is still live running, you go to the replies underneath that stream. The question will be there, even if it's not up on screen. It's actually on screen right now. So you can enter to win 200 STX, and all you have to do is go into the live stream replies, not the live chat, but the replies under the live stream post, and let us know how long have you been in crypto today. That's it. You enter to win 200 STX. It's that easy. But yeah, GP, by all means, please. We did share that last night, but it's it's relevant still this morning. So I would absolutely, go ahead. It's what's it, like 6 minutes?
It's about 6 minutes long, and that's how much we have going on. So let's pull this up. I'll go ahead and make this a little bit bigger.
I just tuned in for a little update.
The volume.
It looks like we're going to have a very, very busy
this post right now. I'm not hearing
this
it.
week. I hope that your Monday is treating
wait a minute.
nicely.
I know
starting off your week.
We're hearing it.
I just tuned in for a little update. It looks like we're going to have a very, very busy week this week. I hope that your Monday is treating you nicely, starting off your week on the right foot and getting out of the right side of the bed. I hope that the high frequencies are following you and that your weekend was great, very restful, and I hope that you all got to touch some grass. It is going to be a busy one, like I said, so let's get straight to it, right? The main Stacks handle here, and that is @Stacks. It's going to be a big week. Here's the rundown of all the virtual events you need to RSVP and set reminders for. So first off and foremost, This is today, and it happened a little bit earlier. The institutional shift, December 15th at 10 a.m. ET, featuring panelists from Luxor, Copper HQ, Block Damon, Hivemind, Circle, Kiln Finance, Hermeticify, and Swike AI, and more. Register for free. So this already happened earlier. Maybe we might go check out the video here. But these Luma events, you need to be RSVPing to, so you can participate, get your reminders, and all that good stuff too. So make sure that you're following the main Stacks handle here at Stacks, and you have notifications turned on so you never miss an event. Moving on, dual stacking and self-custodial as BTC, December 17th at 10 a.m. ET, featuring panelists from Course 1, Stacks Labs, Experts, Fortify, Leather, Figment, and Block Damon, and more. So you need to register here. I'll also put that in my timeline. That is at GPS_STX. All right. Again, this is another one here. So these Stacks Town Hall on December 18th at 10 a.m. ET. I'm seeing a pattern here, all at 10 a.m. Just about every single day this week. There's lots to recap and more to announce on the
There's some audio issues.
All of the year. Don't miss this one. Set your reminders there. I'll push
Yeah, I
that to my
thought it was
timeline
Neo.
as well. And the Stackies Award show also takes place on December 18th at 11
We good?
a.m. ET. You voted, and now it's time to celebrate the creators, contributors, leaders, and builders who defined the Stacks ecosystem in 2025. Make sure that you RSVP for this, guys. The Stackies is a great time to celebrate all of our builders and community members. And, if you voted for your boy, thank you very much for your love and support. I greatly appreciate you guys and hope that you have a very successful rest of your 2025. Going into 2026, we are going to crush it. Let's go. Okay. Moving on, so the Stackies will take place. So Stackies Plus Town Hall After Party, December 18th at 12 p.m. ET. Join us after the festivities for a Q&A and to help celebrate all the Stackies winners. Set your reminders. Very, very cool. And then also, big week, we're hosting our weekly AI BTC call tomorrow too. So that's going to be, if you want to jump into the AI BTC community call, 12:16. That's going to be at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. So set your reminders there. So you smash this little button, it'll give you a reminder and push it in the timeline. Very, very cool stuff. Here we go. And Rubes, you want to follow this handle too. That is at Rubes. That is REUBS_BTC. Building at STX. That is STX Tools. I will be speaking about some of the indie builder projects on this week's town hall. Building something cool on Stacks and want to get it featured? Let me know about it and tag your favorite builders below. So here, you want to go ahead and go here and tag your favorite builders. Me personally, Crypto Dude is one of the ones. Crypto Smith is another one. Let's see if I can type Crypto Smith. I can't see his. I'll put Crypto Knots. How about that? I'll put Crypto Knots. I want to put Trip in there as well. Trip and Monkey. Rafa. And there you go. And just tagging a couple of them there, just throw them in. There are many other builders in this space that I love and hold near and dear to my heart. But yes, I would love to hear a little bit about what these individuals are building themselves. So very, very cool stuff. Here's the link to the Town Hall Spaces. I'll also push that. So Rubes, if you could talk a little bit about Cryptonauts, maybe Crypto Dude, what Trippin' Monkey is building with Rising Tide, and Rafa with Rune's Capsule. Just very, very tremendous amount of innovation taking place in the Stacks ecosystem at this moment. So very cool stuff. Busy week, guys. So make sure that you set your reminders, throw it on your calendars, and get ready for the Stackies. This is the time to celebrate with all of the real ones in the trenches that are continually showing up day in and day out and really making this ecosystem special. So just wanted to let you know that it's going to be a high frequency week. We have a lot going on, so I figured I'd shoot a video real quick and get you guys into the know, man. And if you have any questions, definitely get into the Stacking DAO and Zest Protocol Discords, and definitely tune into the Let's Go Morning Show at 8:30 a.m. ET Monday through Friday with DeOrganized Media. That is at DeOrganized BTC on X. So go give us a follow and turn on notifications to stay in the know. DeOrganized is where it's at. You guys have a blessed rest of your day, and I hope that the week treats you very, very well. Going into the the end of December, I'm wishing you a very, very happy holidays. I'll be around. I'll see you on the flip side. Peace.
Nice, bro.
You're
Even the sound.
So very, very busy week. Yes, very busy week with all these Lumas that I'm having to RSVP to, and make sure that I get my reminders and put it on my calendar. I really like using Luma because it connects right to my Google Calendar and helps me organize a little bit surrounding these events. Got a town hall at the Stackies. That Bitcoin capital markets webinar was pretty cool, and I can't wait to see what else comes from these different spaces and broadcast this week. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so much going on between the stackies and the capital markets updates and the town hall this week and all of the people cranking in the ecosystem, all of the stuff going on. We had the Treasury Committee meeting a couple weeks back. We had the blog post with Rena, and then she came on the SIP show on Friday. And so there's that still. Like, it's just nonstop in Stacks right now. It's crazy how much is going on in the ecosystem for sure.
Yeah, I think that it is a good signal to pay attention to, right?
Hey, Landy in the live chat. We need Landy to come on and chat with us sometime soon.
I mean, I miss that guy, dude.
Miss the dude.
Good, like all around good dude, and can shoot the breeze with the best of them. That's for sure.
He must be part Irish. He's definitely got the gift of gab. I don't. Oh, Landy's been keeping track.
Wow, keeping tabs. Let's go, dude. my buddy.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate. If there's not a lot of people whose feedback means more to me than Landy, actually.
Yeah,
that's true.
And we also talked about him yesterday when we talked about the moist and dry debacle.
Yes, right, we did. Landy,
shout out to you, Landy.
We need to bring the saga back. We need to bring the moist, fresh saga back. It needs to happen.
It will in due time. Whenever meme coin season kicks back off, and people are speculating and doing their thing. I'd imagine that the moist and dry sock war is far from over. Big Sock has pinned us up against one another, of course, so we must be still at each other's throats, trying to, it's a show war. So let's get it cracking and have some good laughs. Hilarious banter on the timeline.
It's just the proof of work. Moist dry cycle. The moist dry cycle is what it is. Hey, we got OG's in the chat today, guys. Sam's in the chat. We got Landy.
Prezzo.
PM El Presidente. Let Africa build. If you don't know what that means, look it up.
Yes.
We love you too, Landy. We love you too, man. And we will bring it back. It's only a matter of time. What has been made moist must be made fresh, and the cycle continues.
So I did want to talk a little bit about the Tenero. This was a stealth launch, apparently, this upgrade for at STX, which is STX Tools. It is our analytics platform for tokens within the Stacks ecosystem. And now they're doing a rebrand to Tenero_IO. So it is going to be a
multi-chain. Just a rebrand, it's an expansion.
Yes.
To multi-chain on Bitcoin. Love it. I am super psyched about this.
Me too. Like the multi-chain analytics platform for the entire Bitcoin ecosystem here. You need to be giving Tenero, that is TENERO_IO, a follow on X to stay in the know. They have a few different, a few different partnerships and a few different ecosystems from Bitcoin right now. Stacking DAO is also a partner, right? So launch partner announcement, Tenero X Stacking DAO. Stacking DAO is the leading hub for stacking on stacks, offering both liquid and native stacking. They have been our partners for over a year now, with 1.6 million in STX currently deposited out via our site. So Stacking DAO is supporting Tenero, and very, very excited for all the endeavors that Rubes and his squad lean into. And this is a big one. So, SDX tools to Tenero there. This isn't just a rebrand, it's a multi-level upgrade. And reading a bit into it, we've got this here. This is a very good post for anybody that wants to check it out. Kind of explaining the whole deal. We got the launch partners here: Stacking DAO, Beezy, Expert, Simple Swap, Caesar, and Sports.fun. It's got the Stacks ecosystem, the Spark ecosystem, and Sport.fun at the moment. Imagining that they're going to be adding some other ecosystems as well. They got real-time multi-chain analytics, multi-chain dashboards and home pages, tokens and token pools, chain-specific portfolios, wallet and whale tracking. This is a very interesting. See what the whales are doing within those ecosystems as well, and APIs for builders. So pipeline, unified portfolio tracking, in-app swaps, which is crazy. That's going to be really cool to see. More ecosystems, DeFi yield aggregator, Telegram trading bot, and lots more. This is the first step in the journey. So you can go check that out at Tenero.io. I'll pull this up real quick for a quick look into this, showing you what it looks like whenever you get over here to Tenero. Very awesome stuff from Rubes and his squad. You can see the platforms here. Got multiple platforms. We've got the chains. These are the chains that they have added at the moment. You can go into all the tokens right here. So very, very cool to see the Bitcoin assets kind of paired up with each other in the same spot right here. And you'll be able to do swaps. You can log in and use your Google account to sign up here, and then you can also look. Soon we've got Citria, Runes, OpNet also coming here, and of course the Leo Cat right here. So checking out the charts, and it's got all of that for you as well. All of these are coming soon with your portfolio tracker, market pools, liquidity pools, top chains. Very, very awesome, man. It's really cool to see. And if you wanted a little overview, you can click this and it'll take you to an overview. So not only that, but got a little bit of news baked into this platform as well. So really, really good to get this type of insight for the Bitcoin ecosystem, and a very, very clean user experience.
Yeah, and I actually just dropped the link to Tenero, so people in the comments in the live stream, so you guys can actually get there pretty easily if you drop into the live stream chat, the live stream comment thread below the live stream post. That link is in there.
So basically, the cat has evolved to a dinosaur.
Well, Leo is still present. He is the Stacks founder Munib's cat, right? That is the lore behind Leo. But yes. So from STX tools to Tenero, I'm loving it. I really, really do think that this is gonna be very useful, and to see all of those huge partnerships, right, with all the based builders from Stacks and other ecosystems within Bitcoin, the broader Bitcoin ecosystem is pretty cool. It's pretty chill. So big, like I said, big shout out to Rubes. Dude is shipping.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, bro.
Cranking all over the place. Huge part of the ecosystem too for Stacks. Not just Leo and STX tools / Tenero, but very, very involved in many of the community building aspects, going on and the initiatives going on. He's actually he dropped in to cover as a grant steward, like as if he didn't have enough on his plate already, and he's been embracing that. He's part of the Stacks Legion leads project that's helping expand the community engagement going on. Tons of stuff going on. So tremendous actor in the space, and then also producing and shipping stuff like this. Huge value add to the ecosystem having Rubes in our corner.
I agree, man. So it seems like we've got a lot of guests lined up for this week. I'm excited to hear from Kenny tomorrow about what is evolved with Truth Chain, what else he's added, as well as just getting to shoot the breeze with Kenny, man. It's been a minute since we had him on the show, so really stoked for that. Who did you say we have Rubes coming on Friday?
We actually have two, because there's I forget what his project is called. The guy, he's the engineer, is putting some stuff together, and he's going to be joining us. So I'm making a special. Well, let me back up a little bit. Today we have George McHale and Dr. Wappy coming on, two separate segments. Tomorrow we have Truth Chain. I think Mark from B Pepe and Data Ing is going to come on and do a short segment tomorrow afternoon around 1. Roth is going to come on and talk to us about what's going on with Fact Fund, Capsule, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on tomorrow evening around 4 o'clock p.m. Then Thursday is just an absolute bananas day for us, because we have we don't have a guest on Thursday morning, but we have Town Hall at 10 that we're going to try to cover. We got Stackies at 11, which we're going to try to cover. We got Data Oracle coming on. That's a big deal. They're coming on at 1 p.m. on Thursday. And then Friday morning, we have the engineer coming on to talk to us about his project that he's working on. We have Rubes come. So the engineer's time frame is very limited. So what I'm actually planning on doing on Friday morning is having the engineer come on at 8:30, go over his project. I'm either going to do the news a little bit early, or I'm going to try to do it real quick like I did today between like 8:45 and 9. Then Rubes comes on at 9. Then we have the SIP show on Friday, which Fabo from the he's in a D grants. He actually submitted his milestones for his project. Both milestones have already been submitted. He's in D grants. He was at the Hacker House. He's building some stuff, and he wants to get more participatory in the SIP show. So he's going to join us with the SIP call on Friday. So we got. I think that's everything I have lined up so far for the week. But I mean, that's a lot for us.
Yes, it is. It is a lot. It's back to back to back to back to back. So I think that we'll get it done, God willing, right? And also
we'll get it done. We'll get it done. Oh, did GP freeze?
Yeah, I think it does. It's really pegged. I'm really psyched and hyped.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, man. I think that we're in the right place at the right time, guys. It's feeling more and more like that every single day, especially going into the holidays, right? So maybe we'll have to coordinate just a bit and see who else might just be coming on the show. I think it is a really good time to be coming in.
It's a good time.
Yeah,
it's a good time not to be freezing, GP.
I'm working it.
Definitely a good time.
Yeah.
If you aren't in the Stacks ecosystem, it's definitely time to take a look, because it's a great entry price, and there's so much going on in the ecosystem and around it. Not all of our guests are Stacks oriented. Like Wappy's part of the Stacks ecosystem. He's been involved, but Aligners is not on Stacks. But they're still friends, and we're not just Stacks oriented. We love Stacks. We love Bitcoin and anything that builds to expand the use cases and adoption of cryptocurrencies in general. We are supportive of here. But if you there's so many things developing in stacks. It's amazing that it's just timing, and sometimes that works to your advantage if you know when to get in, when to get out. I would not be fading stacks at this point at these prices. I think it's only a matter of time before there's a correction back. It really can't stay down where it is, in my opinion. Not financial advice, though. Who am I? What do I know? So
yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a rubber band. The more you stretch it in one direction, the further it's gonna fly in the opposite. So prepare.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. It can only be held down for so long, and I think it'll be back. Hannah, I wanted to ask you too. Do we have any specific? Are we working on trying to do any showcases this week or boot camp for the guild?
Yeah, I think it's Wednesday. Since we have a lot of guests, I think I can move on the time. I don't know, or do the Google Meet.
No, I mean we can do it a couple of different ways. Doing it as a Google Meet might make sense. Just as we can still stream it. We can screen share the Google Meet, so still do the content live. But I think that went well last week with Bolu when he did his session, because he was able to run the session. It was more stable, so it wasn't freezing up on him and stuff. So I would tend to I would lean into that as an option, especially if we're trying to get Binta on to do her showcase what she's been doing and show people what she's learned and stuff like that. I think that doing it on a Google Meet makes sense anyway. But we don't have to do it. We can be flexible on time. Even with a little bit of planning, we could always. I don't want to deviate too much from a regular scheduled launch for the stream, because there's things that happen at the start of the stream that impact the viewership throughout the day, that kind of impact the algorithm metrics and whatnot. So I don't want to start at different times of day. But we can absolutely, we have right now, we're just playing rerun content until the news at 8:30. So we could always do something earlier too.
Yeah, so even
problem at all, even earlier
to 8:30, we got that block there.
Right. If we do it from 7:45, you can go a half an hour, 45 minutes, and it doesn't matter if it runs a little bit long too. If we go into the news segment and then just come out of that into the news, we can do that. I just want to make sure that we're getting whatever time we do our start. I want that to be consistent, because the algorithm likes that. It likes knowing that we go live at this time every day. It helps everything. So, but we can definitely be flexible around that. Otherwise. I do want to respond to Lone Wind in the live chat. He gives a reply. He's been in crypto for a year. To qualify for the entry, I need it to be in the comments, the reply comments under the thread, not on the live chat, because I can't record the live chat and catch the entries after. It doesn't stay with us. So if you're still watching Lone Wind, please jump into the comments under the live broadcast thread, the pinned post on the DeOrganized account, and get your entry in there. Same with you, Yankari.stx, because when we go and record these later, I won't have access to the live chat. And I think, guys, it's time. We gotta take a quick word from our amazing sponsor at BitFlow. Guys, if you aren't familiar, by the way, BitFlow is rolling out some really new tools. The HODLMM is next level. It's going to be a huge boost to the Stacks ecosystem. Also, the BFF Army. If you haven't, go check it out. It's bff.army on the website. There's lots of tools there, and there's going to be more to come there on learning how to use DeFi. And you definitely want to earn the role of BFF Army recruit, because there will be more opportunities down the line if you do, and you can self teach yourself through there and get the role. It's very easy to do. And stay tuned, and we'll be back with Find2Earn in a moment, right after this word from BitFlow. The Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
TMG Mortals, I'm fine. Let the fun begin.
It is time for Find2Earn rounds. We play these games daily on DeOrganized with our good partner at Skullcoin and the Game Master Zenitron. We provide these games for entertainment, but you also have an opportunity to win some real crypto by participating. And today, how many rounds do we have today?
So we play, I prepared 3 games, whitelist, Pepe and jackpot game for today. And we maybe take the day off tomorrow, and I think like we'll announce winners. I mean, like, we'll make it tomorrow. I'm still in struggle about who will win, but I think, like, to be honest, first of all, we keep all your work, all your pictures for the future contest. It's just a pilot, just a first contest, and I think like the winners for the first one will be DeFi for Cyberpunk, and it will be a lone win for the Haunted and the Isaac for the Van Gogh. But all the work is great, and we keep your work for the future, and we will give the prizes. So you can upgrade it for sure, but they have all work amazing. And honorable winners is like Peace Life Music and Rihanna for sure. They work too, very cool. It's not, it's subjective.
Yeah, and honestly, so we're going to announce winners tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll make post tonight or tomorrow. I will decide.
All right. And so no game rounds tomorrow, which actually lines up well. We can actually...
Tomorrow will be a day off, and we'll be back like day after tomorrow. And let's let's contact in Telegram. Let's make a chat about our business in Underworld.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will definitely touch base on moving what our plans for the future. So that Hannah, that means that we can absolutely do a segment tomorrow during the 9:30 time slot. It lines up well for us. For the we'll do an AI segment.
Yeah, let's do it,
guys. So, rule number 1 for Find2Earn: you must share out the live stream, and then you must like and repost the game rounds. These games are played on the Skullcoin BTC account. The games launch on Skullcoin BTC, but you do get an advantage by tuning into the live stream, because only on the live stream do you get a countdown. You also get to see the image for the first game round live before it launches. So this is what you're looking for. You're looking for Pepe Street. I don't know if that's a real street sign. We might actually have an easy time finding this, guys. I don't know. Maybe we will. You're looking at the train tracks. You got the sign here, and it's Pepe Street. So East Pepe Street, by the way, not that West Side Pepe. We're East Side all the way.
Okay, where are you?
East side.
So this game round launches in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Andiamo! Let's go.
All right, and I'll share my screen today, GP, if you want. Let's see. We got the live stream we already did. We liked. We'll like and post that again. Even though that's live today.
Yeah, the game is still loading. I'm not sure if like it's.
Oh,
yes.
took a minute. It's not ready.
That's why I asked about like Telegram chat, because like this new chat is lagging, like, and Elon should fix it.
Yeah, it's still.
What he did, he just added encryption, but it works slowly from now. We want like fast clicks, fast emotions.
So again, make sure you like and repost the game round.
You missed the chats in that encrypted chat.
Yeah,
it's better than it was, but it still sucks. All right, so we're looking for Bitcoin Pepe, the only Pepe coin you need to know about. And guys, make sure you repost like and repost the game round. We are on. Going back and checking that image. We're trying to find the train tracks. There's train tracks over here, I think. Is this train tracks? Whoops, I dropped it in the wrong spot. What the heck?
Okay, we have winner, and it's Arai.stx. He was faster than Bigman.stx for the 3 seconds.
They were all faster than your boy Peace Love Music. Still hasn't found. Oh wait, is that? I think I found the spot.
Nice.
Right. Although it's actually East Falconer Street. But this is the spot. Show our players at home that haven't played before. This is how you submit. You click share, you copy the link. You go back to the Skullcoin page where the game round was located. You drop that link and you hit reply. And if you're the first one, you're going to win. If you didn't like and repost the game round, though, the game goes to somebody else. Maybe we'll give it to the Game Master today.
Yeah.
Okay, let's launch the whitelist game. Can you make countdown?
Whitelist game in 5.
Let's go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Andiamo. Vámonos.
Andiamo. And this is whitelist round is for new players. You can only have won once or twice on Find2Earn to be eligible for the game round. I love that you got I think the character's name is him from the Powerpuff Girls, if I'm not mistaken.
It's Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember where I saw this. Yeah, it's Powerpuff Girls.
I spent a lot of time watching Powerpuff Girls when that was like a newer show, because my oldest is 29, my second oldest is 28, and they were little, and we did a lot of Cartoon Friday watching back in the day when they were little, and I was in my early 20s hanging out with my kids. It actually was a fun show to watch, to be honest. Oddly enough, at that time there were a lot of
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo was actually the well, and that's my son. Like, there were a lot of shows that were not there were a lot of shows that were more female oriented, and it didn't. He was very frustrated. He didn't have enough identifiable characters. So there was an episode where they had the Rowdy Rough Boys on the Powerpuff Girls, and that was like his favorite. He's like, oh, there's finally some boys that I can identify with. 3.
Rest in peace to Cartoon Network. That channel did raise us. I don't know what happened, so that they closed.
Yeah, well, Did they close down? Is there no Cartoon Network anymore? I don't even know.
Yeah, they
'Cause
closed
you don't
down.
anymore.
There's no Cartoon Network anymore.
That's a shame. That is a shame. But this definitely looks like him from Powerpuff Girls.
Most definitely is. Bruce says good morning.
Who?
Bruce.
Bruce says good
Oh,
morning.
Bruce.
He said, "What you guys up to over here? You guys playing some Find2Earn?"
Doing.
We got What's up, Bruce? Is
Bruce.
Bruce having an excellent Christmas season so far?
Oh, he's a happy boy, man, and he's the goodest of the boys. So yes, he's having a good, happy Christmas holiday season right now. I'm gonna get him like a little coat or something, maybe.
And yes, assistant boyfriend, I am old. I'm old, and I'm not just old, but I'm weathered. I've been a dad for a long time. So when I give advice, please don't take it as me being pedantic, or I'm not trying to be. I just it's kind of my nature to try to give advice when I feel like I can be helpful, often unsolicited, because my kids don't ever ask. They just advice whether they want it or not. So, but yeah, we got a ton of guys in the lots live chat today. Lots of responses in the contest thread. We're really cranking today, guys. Doing well. We got one more jackpot round. Is that what we got?
Yeah, let's go. Make a countdown, please.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go,
Andiamo.
Okay, chat. Time limit 5 minutes. Let's go. Not so hard.
5 minutes. You guys have 5 minutes to find this. You're looking for this old trailer. Make sure you like and repost the game round. Do not forget. Prizes will go to the game master today. If you win and you didn't share out the live stream and you didn't like and repost the game round, make sure you do it. All right. And I'm going
You watch Trailer Park Boys?
I've only watched a little bit.
One of the craziest shows that I've watched, and also kind of addictive.
Well, yeah, because the characters are like
zany,
oddly relatable too. Though there's like this, like as crazy as they are, they also have like these like personal situations that end up making them relatable. So it's an interesting show. Did you watch a lot of Trailer Park Boys back in the day?
I couldn't spend a day without watching an episode on Trailer Park Boys, because those guys had all the statements, they were junkies, and they had funny bars, lines. Because what I liked about it was it didn't look like it was shot seriously. It looked like somebody just took their camera and say, let's just act out ourselves, and that is why I loved it, because it was raw, authentic.
Yeah, it was different. It was a different model versus what a lot of shows are designed to be. So I will say that the image used is resistant to AI, because I did try to see if I could find it and I was not able to. So that's some good news.
That people were using AI to identify these locations.
Well, I mean, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That's what they say.
I am a Patriots fan after all. I found the cows.
Nice.
That flat football.
We need to redraw them in Cyberpunk. We'll see what will happen.
Cyberpunk cows. We could recreate a cow pasture rave scene, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah.
Kang Pao.
This is a challenging one, sir. Or at least
Yeah, but to be honest, not so far from the starting location.
oh, hard to know whether we can trust you now, though.
Not on the same road, but not so far.
All right.
Okay, chat, 3 minutes more.
3 minutes.
Treasure hunt live. Skull coin flame. Game master calls. Remember the name.
Yeah. Did you tell Zenny about the BoostX?
I didn't. I didn't. There is currently an issue with the boostx.cc website, or at least it's giving us a flag on our link share on our YouTube account because we share.
Yeah, I had the same. I just checked right now. What's happened?
Not sure yet. I sent it to dude. I'm not sure if he's he's West Coast, so I'm not sure if he's. We know he doesn't sleep, but he may not be paying attention to his DMs right now. Not sure what the issue is with the website. We did let him know. But I did get a warning from YouTube because we have their link in our description for all of our shows.
Yeah, I just checked some warning there.
So, and we definitely don't need a strike because we had an unfortunate situation a couple weeks back. So we're already working on a strike. So we need to make sure that we do not get another strike on our YouTube
for the next 90 days.
Yeah, we need to be extra good, which is hard for us.
I know it, right?
We like to push the edge. Not that we're...
Chat, okay, 1 minute more, there will be no winner. We'll move the price day after tomorrow. It will be double price. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. And I found out that if Andiamo, if you cost to remove the spike.
Right, but only, I think they only do that once. Well, actually, that's not even true, because we had actually had a strike warning, and I took the course, and it was a content... Well, it was actually, no, it was a copyright warning, the last one. So this was just a warning for links, or malicious links. So maybe we just remove all of the links. I don't know, because I mean...
Yeah, you can just remove the links.
You can use a link
Because
tree.
now Facebook also is flagging the links because there are a lot of links on that description. Because I've seen that Facebook also is flagging some of the links.
Yeah, maybe we should use a link tree instead.
Clear. I think that works using link.
Or we could use a layer, like
Or layers, yeah.
we could use a layer.
Bobby Chisel's layers.
Yeah.
We need to get him. He was. I hope he's okay. I haven't talked to him in a while.
I would love to hear from Bobby.
Okay, chat. Seems like no winner.
Seems like no winner. This was a little bit challenging to me.
Let's move the price the day after tomorrow, and it will be price 60 stacks.
All right. So Thursday morning, we will have a 60 stacks jackpot round.
Yeah, I just dropped coordinates. You can open and show everyone.
All right. So I'm gonna go. Let's see. Why am I? Oh, that's why. Okay. All right. So this is the coordinates. I'm gonna go back here. And where's our starting location? Let's go back to our starting location. Oh, there it is. Although it didn't. GP, I'm going to have you show me how to do it where it keeps the starting location and whatnot.
Yeah, click directions. And then what I do is I copy from the post, and then I'll put it in the first field. So press that back arrow.
This one?
Yep. Click directions.
Directions.
And then put the starting location. I copy it from the post and put it in the first field. And then in the URL of the winner's post, you can find the actual link to the winning location. And I put that in the second field. But it's in the URL.
Okay, but I think
you did it.
I think I did it. It just did it a little slightly different way. So it's not too far, but it's like a 42-minute drive, Zenny. It's not.
And then once
42 minutes, 42 is the meaning of life.
That's right.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Once you get that those directions down pat piece, I just grab the whole URL and then paste it right over that tab, and then it'll pop up. Boom, that's the location, the winning location. And then I'll have the other I'll go back to the post, make sure that I'm clicked onto the image, and then I'll swap the screen. That way it shows winning location on Google Maps to the image that was used for the round. Kind of shows you some contrast there, like boom, boom,
boom, boom,
boom, boom.
All right, we're always holding
congrats, everyone.
Congrats to our winners. Good luck to everybody for Thursday, where we have a 60 STX jackpot round. We're excited about that. I love how fast the jackpot rounds can go. No rounds tomorrow, guys, but do tune in because we're going to have an AI guild segment at 9:30 at our regular Find2Earn slots. And guys, stay tuned. We got a lot coming today, a lot going on over the next several days. We're going to have a lot of guests. It's not just at 9 a.m. But thank you, Zenny, for another great episode of Find2Earn. Thank you to all of our guests. Congratulations to all of our winners.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Going back to development.
Oh, and we'll announce the. So we'll make sure there'll be an announcement today as to the winners for the prompt contest. That will be shouted out on the Skullcoin page today. We will reshare it, and
Yeah.
we'll let everyone know tomorrow on the live stream as well.
Yes, see you.
Safe travels back to the underworld, sir. We'll see you soon. I will touch
Bye-bye.
base in the DMs when I have a chance. GP, what else you got going on today?
Yeah. So we're headed over to the here at 10 a.m. ET on the main Stacks handle. That is at DeFi Show. And then headed over to the Stacking DAO Discord around 1 p.m. ET for the weekly Stacking DAO screen share. I'm going to be making some content, also doing some deep dives for some of the stuff that is taking place in our ecosystem. And
Are you going to jump in at noon for our chat with George?
Absolutely. I'll be there.
Right on. Hana, if you're welcome to, if you're available, feel free to jump in. Love to have you.
Sure thing. What time is it? CAT, I'll check.
It's noon Eastern.
About 2 hours.
2 hours. No problem at all.
2 hours from now.
Yeah, I'll save up. Definitely. I'll save up the battery and show up. Definitely.
Right on. So, guys, check out the Stacking DAO DeFi show, the Stacks DeFi show with Stacking DAO starting right now. And then lots going on in the ecosystem. We got George coming on at noon to talk about MSCI. There is the Stacking DAO Discord screen share going on at 1 p.m. We will also have Dr. Wappy at 1 p.m. coming on to chat with us about aligners and getting down with the crew there. And then, what else? Was there something else? Am I forgetting something?
It's a busy week, so I couldn't put it past you if you forgot one thing that's going on today, Peace. But you should definitely go to DeOrganized.media and check out the show schedule. That way you can set your reminders and never miss a show, broadcast, all that, and a bag of chips. So, yes, to my knowledge, I think you covered it all, my friend.
Let's go. I am Peace, Love, Music. We are DeOrganized Media. Coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized, broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Thank you for tuning in. Y'all have a blessed day, and we will have more content soon. Peace out.
Let's go.
Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized Media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized Media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other. With peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha
Hello, my friends. Have I got a great treat for you? It's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are here with Sita Stella Zhang from the Go Rosen or the Rosen Protocol. And I'm going to bring her in now. And then I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud because I think I was playing the music a little loud there. We keep it in the background, but I don't want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all-day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're going to tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in the San Francisco, so I understand that time is really hard to coordinate. So I think it's probably like my early morning, but I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here. But I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and let more people to know about us. And if they have any questions, just it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is now Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen. And before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China, and it's really interesting that I feel like at that time I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families. They're in different countries, the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have an idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, right? If you speak in English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. And you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people. You can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, Xiaobing, we built such a platform called Rosen. And I think this is like a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, and basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? I mean the borderless social network things. So I think at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application live on the App Store and the Google Play Store, and right now we have over 34,000 users around the world. And our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And yeah, and we are still hiring our ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or yeah, okay, just still continue
Well,
to talk.
let me actually. So the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate lightweight, low, microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer to peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it utilizing stable coins, which
Yeah.
is obviously less volatile when you're making
Yeah.
payments and transacting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the Swift, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make
Right.
nonsense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people, like they are doing this micro task, they just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually, this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is small, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with supermulti chain. So let's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So and we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this it doesn't matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades. Like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. As most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the stacks layer too. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up stacks because there is an app on the stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. They essentially that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think, on our platform, not sure like about that platform, how they doing, but I think, yeah, this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task, you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a proofs on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post you can put some like coins, stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So yeah, this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. It's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you maybe need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is like once they want to withdraw, then yeah, it's like the same page. Like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10. You can just do this withdraw. It's really simple. And if you thought like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10. So you can do the withdrawal immediately. Yeah, so this is the process. And we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet. And this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is the some like our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's 3 different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account and I noticed and I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. This I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users. So that
Right.
means, yeah, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So yeah, just like you mentioned, maybe in the future Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. And then we will give you like some like channels for doing this deposit for the USDT or USDC, and we are also working with PayPal for the PYUSD. So this is will be launched very soon as well. And then this is kind of wallets are custodian. And if you want to deposit money, you just copy the wallet address and put the money to your Rosen wallet. And if you want to withdraw, then just like I mentioned, you need to connect with your private wallet, which one is definitely non-custodian, right? So that one was controlled by yourself. So then you can consider to move some money from Rosen wallets to your private wallets. This is going to be more even like safer for you to control, because if you don't connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet, it's still on your Rosen wallet, it's still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not secure, once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But yeah, if you usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move these kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find, like, if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry. You answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Yeah, actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore. Explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like the organized land plot, I feel it's quite interesting and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's yeah, just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And on the other side, it called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about this tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different pools, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really they landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors or hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth or maybe participate in events in Brazil in the upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners and group to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and usually give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test a market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to creator economy, or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage without large intermediary fees in the equation for low cost, lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for our project, it just like you call our mission, we definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible, or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global or when you want to be international. Especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now, I didn't see a really domain or really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token, or like just like you mentioned, seed freeze, or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn or something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor. And I still feel like a lot of people, they probably are students from that university. They are really eager at opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is like they still asking the question is like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like how can I see them just to reflect it on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind like about like how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out like, oh, it's to make sure they are really secure. They are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this like Web2, this traditional internet world, that quite like hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some like stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you like one by one, or like maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time when you are available. So this is like our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those like non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this like this young people, younger generation, they are struggling in finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is like we need to teach them or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is where considered. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is like too complicated to them. And how you can buy like maybe just the one gas or like maybe two gas token, right? It's too, I would say that too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those like gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things. Actually, one, sponsor the transactions. Two, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the same for those Web2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some like reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they are like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before, for anything, right? They should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And I that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. There is you have built into your platform an AI powered real-time multilingual translation. So it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying, and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
okay.
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese. And yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, yeah, you can do this. The languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use, and we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, I mean, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in or something, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Very interesting. And so, for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only, so you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that, to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local the link direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there. And then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, exactly. Super easy. And I think I also create a land for the DeOrganized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like 2 lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah,
All
just
right.
make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. Go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely going to jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. Next week we will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. So I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority. And I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would that's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem is very collaborative. We help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition. You know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like as Garosen, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So yeah, you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to see to hear that you mentioned the Stack will have have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we are just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like Ant Group, where their U and SDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and you your ambassador program. Are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever. To
Oh,
find
well, that
us.
makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're
Yeah.
organizing right inside the app. That's where your
Yeah,
ambassadors.
the best way is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google map, so you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue has on the map. They are in the highest display level. So it's really easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the homepage, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina. Then the homepage will pop up all those face these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really would love to promote that once, because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country, and also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target it on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native. It doesn't matter, but because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower. Maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like digital, they are digital native, right? Even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age, they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a events, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event, and also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like spends, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on-ramp off-ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think the most headache things is like how to do the on-ramp off-ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually, like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop. It's really hard. So I really usually hope them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do it this one time, they can teach their I mean, not students, like they can teach their classmates, roommates, whatever. It's really easy to express, spread into more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy, or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassador. Just let you know, if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app, or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT. And now the last one, my ambassador who put this together, P Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually that's why I wanted to ask you, like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah. So, I really appreciate, he linked us together, and he was like a really good person. And I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
Well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X right. And that happened with us. Like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a nightmare. So having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app, and then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, and or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can reach out at any time. Yeah, and I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any updates or information that's happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3 to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDC X, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it, and then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Just keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and
Yeah.
happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. Y'all have a great day. Peace out.
Keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized Media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing.
Hello, my friends. Have I?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is BRY 360 or Diana, the artist. So, yeah, today we want to review the Zimi Pop Awards that happened a few days ago. So, without further ado, let's jump into the content. So, to those who are watching me for the first time, who don't know what I do, is I'm a musician. AI creator, designer, a whole bunch of stuff. But to those who know me, I'm a musician, hip hop. I like hip hop music, so it was an honor for me to do the visuals for the Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025. So let's jump straight into the content. So this Life Achievement Awards, it was given to Stana. Stana is one of the pioneers, hip hop pioneers. Yeah, all props to him. I made this video also, this visual. So let's watch the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, artists, producers, and the entire Zimbabwe hip-hop family. Tonight, we honor a man whose name is woven into the very foundation of urban culture in Zimbabwe. A pioneer, a trendsetter, and a storyteller who helped define what it means to be a Zim hip-hop artist. Tonight, we celebrate Stunner. From the early days of to club anthems that shaped an entire generation, Stunner carried Zim hip-hop from the underground to the mainstream. He proved that local hip-hop could fill clubs, top charts, spark conversations, and represent the voice of a new urban youth. His impact goes beyond hit songs. Stunner opened doors. He inspired countless young artists to rap in Shona, to embrace their identity, to believe that this industry could be a career. He became one of the first faces of Zimbabwean hip-hop on national TV, radio, and big brand stages, shifting culture one track at a time. What makes tonight special is not only the music, but the resilience, the reinventions, the longevity. Stunner has lived his career in full view of the nation. Wins, challenges, comebacks, and through it all, he kept contributing to the game. He kept pushing the culture forward. So today we honor the legacy, we honor the influence, we honor the journey of a true pioneer. On behalf of the Zimbabwe Hip Hop Awards, it is our absolute honor to present the Lifetime Achievement Award to Stunner. Congratulations and thank you for your contribution to Zimbabwean hip hop.
Congratulations to the man Stana for such an amazing journey that he has taken as a hip hop artist. Oh yeah, the man's have been cooking with hot grease for a long time. So let's jump on in the interviews.
As we proceed right here on the Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025 red carpet, you know it's big when broadcasting giants are in the building, and I'm talking about at the greatest level. We've got Nyasha Michelle representing tonight. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome stuff. You being here means Zim Hip Hop has been growing and doing amazing. What do you have to say about just where the culture is right now?
I think the culture is just at the beginning.
Yeah.
Literally, I wouldn't say, oh my gosh, it's at the peak. I wouldn't say it's at, in a space where we can be like, oh my gosh, it's reached where it needs to get to.
Yeah.
It's at the space where people are beginning to recognize it globally and realize that, hey, Zim Hip Hop has a space. It takes ownership. It's got its own sound. The culture is also underneath that music. I always love when I listen to some of these hip hop tunes and I can hear, like the Sungura or like, some of like the Zim culture. The Zim flow. So I think it's an amazing place where we're at. Like I said, it's at the beginning, meaning the only way we can go is where?
Up and up. You've sat down with some of the world's biggest stars. Do you see that vision and that future for us as Zim Hip Hop?
Yeah, Absolutely. I think the Zim, right? The Zim scene already has the talent, right? That's there. The creativity is there. The variety is there. We just need to ensure that as Zimbabweans, the creatives and also those who are, behind them know how to push that music for us to get to a global scale. And also, like, the most important thing is y'all need to make sure you're also making the money, right? You gotta make the moolah. I'm not saying people aren't, but like people globally are they're doing bank, so that's what we need to ensure we're doing as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for gracing us right here at the Zim Hip Hop Awards, and we look forward to seeing you in the crowd there, mingling and networking, and just an honor to have.
Yeah, definitely. We need to get to a point where this energy that people are putting in is recognized outside. So yeah, let's see. One of the biggest comedians in Zimbabwe, King Kandoro now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025. Hashtag cultural estate. And I got royalty in the building. King Kandoro is in the building. What you got to say about the day?
Very excited to be here. First time at the Zim Hip Hop Awards, so very excited. Always wanted to be here, but it never worked out. So I'm very happy to be here. It's been a very exciting year for Zim Hip Hop.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Zim Hip Hop had made things work out. Amazing, man. I see you guys have an upcoming comedy tour type of thing. What's happening there? What's happening there?
Currently off to Johannesburg on Sunday, Cape Town on Monday, then closing it off on Saturday next week at Celebration Center.
Crazy. This guy, ladies, this guy fills up. Man, all your venues are always packed. How are you guys dealing with the whole management thing? Because I think there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that's being put in. Because your events are well curated. The turnouts are just amazing.
We just do the work ourselves. We just do the work ourselves.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Genius. Very genius, very funny guy. Amazing. Thanks for gracing the red carpet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Looking amazing. Danko. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025.
Yeah, that was King Kandoro. So let's see this one. I don't know.
Wake up, because we outside and I'm with Curry Suave. You're swerving on them, my G. You're swerving on them. What's happening? What's happening? What you got for us today? What you walking?
This is Old Me, just by Curry Suave. Yeah, but nah, we got Giorgio on the pants, we got Nike on the shoes, we got a little COVID thingy on the windbreaker. No, we got Armani on the tie, and we got a young, Versace, a young Versace on the shirt.
That's what's up. Just do it, man. You've been doing a lot of work this year. You've been doing a lot of work with Earground. You've been doing a lot of work also solo with your projects. How has that been for the year?
When the year started, I thought I was going to go in a completely different direction. Like, the plan was to drop a project, like a follow-up to the one that I dropped last year. And then, the team at Earground gave me an opportunity, and I just went there, and then, everything just became what it became. And I was like, okay, this is the place for me to be. I can contribute a lot more to the culture, and then on the personal front as well, I was really trying to make my mark, so we did Curry Suave and Friends, we dropped singles, we got a top 10 song on Star FM right now as we're speaking.
Yes, sir.
We've performed, in front of like 25,000 people, like max capacity and all of that stuff. So we had a really good year, man, and we can only take it further next year.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for gracing the red carpet. Keep swerving on them, IG. Blessings. Yeah, one time.
And appreciate.
Yeah, a big shout out to the people who are holding Zim Hip Hop right now, who are doing such an amazing job by keeping the culture alive. So I just want to go to the cipher and also go to, so this is the best verse winner. We want to check out some of the winners.
Welcome back, and we're live right here on the Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025 15th anniversary red carpet live right here at Zimbali. My name is DJ Scatter representing Calisomnia. What's hip hop without swag? I don't think you can talk about hip hop without the swag. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. The one and only Painter Fresco joining us on the red carpet. My guy, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, sir. Ski paint a picture for him.
Yes, sir. Ski paint a picture for him. That's exactly what's happening tonight. We're looking forward to an exciting performance, man. I know you're ready. So, what are we expecting tonight?
Ma vira vira. Ma vira vira only.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yes, sir, Ski.
Yeah, man. Talk to us, man. 15 years of celebrating hip hop. What does it mean for the culture?
I think for the culture, it's absolutely huge. Shout out to the Zim Hip Hop Awards and the organizers. Shout out to Beefy. This is the reason that artists wake up in the middle of the night and work day in, day out to try and get here. I am extremely honored to have 3 nominations tonight. Now, before time nominated, you know what I'm saying? And hopefully more will come. Hopefully, you know, a trophy or 2, you know what I'm saying?
Do you think we're taking all of them?
Nah, I mean, the competition is tough. If we take 1, I'll be grateful. Shout out to God if we take 1, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to everybody else who's nominated.
Absolutely. And finally, next year, what are we looking forward to? You've got stuff ready for us?
Next year, I mean, people keep saying that this year was a good year for me. Yeah. I felt I was a little bit quiet. 2026, on ready. People might complain about too much music. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, let's see.
Proper Painter, thank you so much for joining us. And all the best tonight.
Yes, sir.
As you do your thing.
Yes, sir. Much love.
Sure.
Paint a picture for him.
Absolutely. We're still live, man. We're still rolling, and we're going to be rolling all night right here at the Zim Hip Hop Awards Red Carpet 2025. I did promise you that I've got California artists jumping in.
Super duper. That's my guy there, Mlu.
All right, and of course, the action is still on right here at the Zim Hip Hop 2025, the 50th anniversary cultural estate. And of course, the red carpet is lit, as you can see, and we continue with the stars as they arrive as well. Now, standing to my right is a superstar. And when I say superstar, I mean every word of that. He has been representing the culture for a long time, and it's super, super awesome to have him on the red carpet. My guy, Mlu J. Thank you so much for joining us, bro.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much for having me. What's popping? What's happening? What's that go? What's that go on the highest level?
Yes, sir. The Kwela's in the building, man. So 15 years of Zim Hip Hop Awards. Just briefly tell us what it means for you as a hip hop artist.
Bro, it means a lot, bro. Zim Hip Hop Awards, they mean a lot to us. We've been here, we've been nominated. I think I've been nominated more than 8 times ever since they started. And I've won it like twice. Hopefully today I get to get it for the 3rd time. So yeah, man, they mean a lot to us. 2 more years, 15 years more, bro. 15 years more.
Absolutely. And finally, what are you looking forward to seeing tonight on the stage?
I'm looking forward to see performances, especially Ray K's performance. That's my big dog. So I'm looking forward to Ray K's performance. I'm also looking forward to see who is going to take the best male today.
Absolutely. Yes, Lou, thank you so much for your time, bro. Blessings. Sure, and we're still continuing right here live. It's Scatter and Casey on the red carpet, making sure that we're representing, and we will be back again with more exclusive interviews.
Super. You know, I'm proud that these cats are representing, bro. Representing. So we have the man himself,
ladies and
votes JT.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tatsikwa Nema G's. The guys who run the streets, you know what it is, man. Vols JT's in the building. Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025.
Yes, sir. Madi Majis, Mugida says Zim Hip Hop Awards, we here. Tinavo Mr. Casey, to the up a touchdown. We are Messi. Yes, sir.
What are you expecting tonight, man? How many nominations you have? You are definitely nominated.
I have 5 nominations, and so my one's on it. I'm that out. This I make predict because when I'm going to push my works on, but I don't expect or something.
I think, well, man, it's been 15 years in Hip Hop Awards, 15 years now. Are we growing? Are we going somewhere? Where are we as a culture?
From the looks of things, even in Inibanaga Tender, my Hip Hop Awards, Tanga 2021, things are changing, things are growing, even Outlook Yacho, even the people, even the crowd, the numbers. Zim Hip Hop is a war.
Amazing, amazing, man. One of the calmest guy in the industry, the number one hip hop artist in the country right now, doing his thing. Thanks so much for gracing the red carpet, looking amazing. Keep trapping on them on the Timberlands. You know what I mean? Let's do a quick. I don't want to be Hatiperi on this. Let's do a quick. I'm not gonna ask the prizes. A quick outfit check. What's happening? What's happening?
Alright, Saka, this outfit is sort of a two-in-one thing on. Pakuti izvo zinakananga kushona but ndapfuura nepamawards so that ndichingopedza pananoda ndenda kushowa saka it's an outfit yekuti unogona kukwana pamawards nepastage saka these Timberlands ndekungoti pane ndakatsika pastage paipai ndinyasofila kuti ndakagara and then this t-shirt sezvaurungoonawo ingori a bit plain for the formal ting. And then my jeans, unongoziya ndo my jeans anongopfeka awa.
My jeans for the jeans. Nice one. Blessings, man. Thanks so much for gracing the red carpet. Blessings. All the best tonight.
Big shout out to the men's. He's been cranking. He's been pushing. So let's see. Also, Ray Cars here.
All right, and we're back live right here on the Zim Hip Hop Awards 2025 Red Carpet, the 15th anniversary, and we're still going strong. I'm here with the one and only Kazi, Ray Kaz in the building. How you doing, bro?
I'm chilling, bro. How you living?
Amazing, bro. Amazing. Thank you so much for coming through, and we're looking forward to a fire performance from you tonight. Tell us more. Tell us more.
I can't say too much without spoiling it, but the performance has a style for everybody.
15 years of celebrating excellence on the Zim Hip Hop front and Zim. What's your take on how the culture has grown generally?
I love it, bro. I love it. And I love the fact that now the culture is embracing everybody. You don't have to be a certain somebody. Like, anybody with a story to tell can pull up. I really love that, and I hope it continues to grow.
Absolutely. And finally, in 2026, what are we expecting from you?
Nothing. I'm done. I'm retired.
Come on. We've had speculation, though. How far true is that?
99%, bro.
Oh my goodness. So rumor says these guys will be off the streets as well. So you know it is. But either way, thank you so much for pulling up, bro. And we wish to see you tonight.
So does my mother. Sorry.
We've got mom in the building as well. We've got Reka's mom in the building as well, supporting the culture. And of course, we appreciate you for coming through, and we'll hope to see you on stage tonight as well. For sure. Awesome stuff. And of course, it is the red carpet right here at Zimbabwe Lifestyle Events.
Yes, I just want to go straight to the nominations, and then I go to the cipher, to the winners. So I don't know, bro. Let me check if there are any winners. So the 2025 award winners. It started off with the best gospel. The best gospel went to Calvin Made. Best spoken word, Kuda Rice. Best online journalist, Tawanda Chari. The best brand supporting hip hop, Third World Int. Best underground, Benefit Tanaka. Best positive social impact, Banshee. The best diaspora, Mr. Nyams. Best club DJ, RSK. Sorry. Best live act, Noluntu J. Best duo or group, Mula Nation. Best promoter, Shabin Fest. Rest in peace to Planet Doja. He was one of the guys who used to push Zim Hip Hop to the max. So this award means a lot to a lot of hip hop artists, because Doja has done a lot, did a lot whilst he was still alive on this planet Earth. So they have named the best online media, the Planet Doja Best Online Media. We have Redeem and Raps. Best Alternative, Mugara Tia. The best verse, or Sweet 16, Pencha Fresco. The best video director, we have Baga and Director O. Best hip hop personality, we have Sane Wev. Best producer, Kyle Beats. Best hustle, Votes JT. Best collaboration, Bemba Bemba, Holy 10, Mickey Black. Best newcomer, Sane Wev. the dude has been cranking, has been pushing. I like the dude. Song of the year, Boys Rangu, Bling 4, and Rana Rose. Rana Rose has been cranking. Best female, Yadis. Best male, Bling 4. People's Choice Award, Rana Rose. Honorary Award, Babongile Skonjwa. And also the Lifetime Achievement goes to the men's Stunner. So brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. We want to jump straight into the cipher, and we wrap this up. Videos 2025 cipher. Let's go.
Yeah. Mills Mulligan. I was cold for the speed, call me ice cold. Brothers come digging in my nose, but never dig gold. Lot of plenty here in my head, yet I'm so bold. Bro, got a lot of cuz, yet he is so broke. Why a lot of pride getting chicks that were pre-owned. Second-hand bags once lost and then found. Type of bad goons, putting tigers on the profile. Yeah, it's 50 from inside. I ain't talking about the old folks. Yeah, I'm on point, kunge biro sharp as ever. Fly kutofura ananinzi nana wiza. Vano keta bora hari tangire pa kona. Kana uninare mbono bunza Guardiola. Yeah, dine my lines like a wonder kunge. Kyuye pa banga pandi not to show us Messi and skutara we kubaka. Hold up, wait a minute, ain't you stopping with the attitude? Got a lot of drama, you should put it in.
That was a nice line though, but Messi is no longer at Barcelona. He's at Miami though, but silly me. What am I talking about?
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the coolest of them all? Needing polish for those walls. You might could just mind the floors. Circle a man. In the piece of kufura machisa. Ndo gonna kukwina kufuna mages. Wakandi dena ndino kumakisa.
Yeah. Okay, I got lame niggas tryna slide me cause I'm IC. OC, these niggas hating on IB. Where I got the connections like I'm moving in 5G. Tryna walk in my Nikes, that is a tight squeeze. Rappers who hate on my beat. Hating was a job and them niggas who do it for free. But I'm big time, old man, they pay me the fee. And you know the boy so fly, they pay me to breathe. So confess stage 2 times, the boy on the screen. Coca-Cola hustle, get the cans and I sip with a team. Man, this your movie and I'm shooting the ads with my team. And we singing We Are the Champs, of course you're clean. That is a...
Oh, snap. We are the champ because the queen. That was nice. That was nice, bro. That was nice. You got me there. We rock you. We are the champs. Wow. Nice one, Brody. Nice one. Nice touch on that one, Brody.
Like flicks.
Let me check if my mic is still doing its thing, because this cipher is hard, bro. It's hot. These guys are cranking with hard grease. Trust me. They're really cranking with hard grease. Nice touch.
You girls tryna touch up on a boy like a tight fist. Kyrie Suave and friends, man, my show was a dying fist. What I did in a days, what they couldn't in 5 years. Southside Suave got the boss in a light year. Big to competitive vibes. I don't really feel these niggas like breaking a spine. Real niggas dying every day is the end of my kind. And I did a light freestyle to play with a time. Nigga, I'm a so spit. C-Town, the hope giver. The flow snippers are washed up and so bitter. And my raps are audio draws, a dope killer. I'm living everything in my raps. My flow gorilla.
Jaja chero mkandi blessa ndregeze kuchema chema moyo wangu ningarari because ufe wakachena ndiri msungwa we success murikungona nemacheni aya pandaikombi
moyo wangu ningarara ufe wakachena. Okay.
Dameso ndaida kuona zviri pachena nekuti zvacho zvikavanzika zvinakundipinzisa machena pandikakumbira mari ndakati Jeremiah ndine mavhesi asi ndorespekta Jeremiah. Let's go over the edge not under edge. Jeremiah, Africa is a beautiful place and shout out.
Nice buzz, bro. Nice touch. Jeremiah. Okay.
Maya, my dreams angu ese akaramba kuita come true netombota nditore break kushikira ndaita breakthrough but because ndinoti ndikatasa success nechida kutoti I
Noble Stairs, if you're watching this, I think you should mentor this guy. He's really ill. His style kind of remind me of yours.
you shokupinde nandiriza American gangster ndagona kutomboiti you I can't believe I'm the same person I manya iko zvino ndinongogara handina hanya ndakatanga ndine hope kusvikira ndane hope but vacha jamuka urombe ndo vacha yambuka matope avo vacha radza unyope vachatinyepa kuti yanwa iyo yatsika dope hatingararamire mafufu ipo pabikwa mkonde handidi kunyepa kune vamwe vanhu vasina basa nevanhu vamwe vacho vanoita agriculture because vakatirimira kumuganu vamwe vacho
Yeah, nice. I like that.
kuva political but ndikabata magetsi mwari vanondiprotecta surgical ima ndiri kunyepa kubata kwamwarika kuri so very magical zvokuti ndakatombe ndokugomo ndikasurvivor surgical kana ndarira ndiri
Okay. Let me keep going. But this is nice, bro. Like Kugomo hospital surgical. Okay.
kuzopera sa magical kana pandari ndarira ndinoda kuzomirawo zviri vertical nrudo ibofu ndakatadza kuona zviri optical asi kana shandiwa kuramba vamwe varambewo zviri ethical ndakunzwisisa vanhu vemetical
Zogo knife.
Angitavi needs but a rap sense. Who's a nobody was out with every line is a conversation and meditation every session. Yegunye in a rap battle, a lingo yenza cause you better rap. Easy ice, it's a rape game. Would hear my name, it's a rape game. Where's the rap? Nyaba ngoba, nyaba goba. Janya pora manye rap and nyaba shota. You must shun this our rap, nyaba sister. When the stepping on my bars, nyaba fissa. Oh my shoni saber rap yaba kaga zedum keko one of my kawa clingy legs for one and walk out to keko they panjang I'm a city lights niggas from the ghetto hey big fish and I join I'm so when I'm not to make the soul please and I think some stuff when I'm not to pleasure my niggas that is sick up a busy kundi twisted in my bars that it weak hug to that quiz of pressure hey lady I'll be cooking she no pizza couldn't get teapot I'm the lady with the keys pizza couldn't get keyboard raving all these niggas these days kunga pijod avachato what it wako wana kunga picod hey
Reaper. Let's go, Brody.
Reaper I beware of the Pharisee with still living. How you wanna break bread on the Sabbath to this and hearing. They just lucky numbers living with the culture they be slaving. Crucify my passions, Lord, before you kill my shining. My domain expanding as they play the
Domain expansion. Shin Latin C. Nice one.
calling that Charles Darwin never stood tall with Christ's salvation. Our head is nation. Went to the basement, started working. That's why they clapping. We came from history in the making. Marimazo penyo microphone kune benzi. Turo ne gwenzi tresa taro zedu kuna tenzi. Mafarisi and so man
Yeah, one of the best gospel rappers.
And teacher naro name my balance. Quasimodo is a prom. Now the city feeling safe. I don't wear a cape. The harvest the labors with their cross. Say no loss. Tell my pocket, stop acting penny wise. Andre Yosheshko, Christ is the motive. For I forget CHH on your neck. No inspector, Jeff retrieve the set.
Big up. You're holding down CHH. You make me want to come back there, dog.
Has been over this and send it back to church. I must confess, I ain't on the fence. I be jacking stressed up the debates. Heaven is still view. Ask your favorite vet to pay you then it or stay ready. Uno point your revelation is progressive. The homies from Berea, our Father are in heaven. We thank you for the cipher. Internet got reaper, but I guess Mama TP raw.
Sounds like Jason coming. Flint, y'all got reasons to be nervous. Hold my bars serve a purpose from deep down to the surface. I dig down and resurface this mountain layered bars. They cross roads for babblers. For me, I feel fabulous. Me.
Okay, nice touch, bro. Crossroads for Babblers. Okay.
Okay.
In God, you can handle us. Craving the hardest chicks, both nasty and scandalous. Booze over the cannabis, cools over the hadibus. You lose if you back at them. Do choose the right acronym. These shoes you can stab in them. These shoes it is fuck. Man, I've been broke for a while. Hit to borrow every paper. Only told that I knew is the champagne rapper. I'm hungry, I'm go get it. I bust your own betters. My DNA been tested to prove I'm a bone menace.
Bona, this the best vest to ever come out.
The dude was ura farming for a minute there. The way he was standing like there. Yeah. Nice touch on that one, bro.
My flow is rare like a virgin. Bakundiriza Madonna. Muguti yimbira mago, that's why they say Magona. They actually mean good Magona, but you don't get it like a celibate Roma. Wakarumuru wane peps, cause you pay my guy. Zingori ndefu zeku face, but who is giving vajai. Kujigaji bake sandi sapatina isapatina. Tumbu zizajika sem. Yini, zakufana nina. I am the one, senge mojura dinka. All these rappers mad, kutange reese apinda padriu. I normally made at this beast, no suck and continue on my features a slender. That's why they slender. My name in comments was Ziva. My boss, I trend a tender, so I tend to kill. I tend to post I tender to see a tender. You feel clocking. Wait, I tease in my bounce and in my sap. Got some simbisani. Susu toku katapas na Suluman.
Okay.
H-Town, we bring the heat. Burkina Faso ikangenani. Keta yo pa repeat netoni. You can die, man. Your favorite rapper is so fly. Ingori nunzi vayo. And this just a weak nail to the cross. Regatichi vayo. Kunonya.
That's too much for me to consume, dog.
They don't see the bigger image of I wanna pick it. Vakamwi Satisu Sajano Sapikiri, the killer 2 beds with 1 stone, Bakunditi Sambiri, Majize, Bakuta, Anekangwe Kausimso, Mashiza, Kufutwa, Ashirari wa install. You fake Alabuga, Wakarombera hit song, Une number Zambinga, but still with cheap talk. Musina motam site baby festive season but ends cause mwana nongorowa romance soon as it rains Rajaja it pains taking an L ride we sit with Cheetown. I hope your rapper's pen is taking to canal this down.
Snap, Cheetown got heats. Cheetown got heavy hitters, bro. I'm proud to be from Cheetown. Nice. Yeah. I got no words, bro. I got no words to describe how the people are cranking and how they're pushing Zim Hip Hop to the max, to the way up. Guys, you make me want to come back, though. You make me want to come back. I'm so proud with how you're holding it down for the community and hip hop. And that was all for the Zim Hip Hop Awards. And make sure you check out those artists who are doing such an amazing. Make sure you support them. Give them all the support. I remember back in the days we used to do this thing, bro. The Zim Hip Hop Awards were still starting out and things were not shaping up. It was hard to get into the studio. Enough mumbling about me. Because unozonzi autonge madhara yakudhara unzi taenda kuchikoro tisina bhutsu tichidaidai tichifamba 100 kilometers saka inini okay, let me say big shout out to everybody who's pushing the Zim Hip Hop culture and keeping it alive. Tuyana, I'm out. Yeah, and also I just want to acknowledge and shout out to the men's Harrison. Beefy's cranking and pushing the culture. This is super nice though. And enough about me. I'm out. 3H.
mind share. Growing in the keeps the mind DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks and improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real-world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this, because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited. Even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for a little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity. It's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin Treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to, the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think that this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of like, okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like how, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
What's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I mean, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can
Yeah.
appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah,
GP,
but
we're
I mean,
getting
it just
back.
ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been, any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep. Yeah. There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this. and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this is something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
Jim.
Coming in from
Jim, George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry I'm late. So, yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they had the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, for all we know, they're looking at the market and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it. But I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will
I
get
actually don't. I don't see it really. Right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it. Tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was going to live. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then. We have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well. And then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right. So we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You
So
guys can
welcome.
actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't
Yeah.
believe it's true. So
Yeah.
that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The links in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
But my wife and I have
Wow.
7. My oldest is 29. I'm old, and my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and
Amazing.
out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's
I
your
did, yeah.
what's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible.
I don't have
Congratulations.
time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called "I Am Not Your Bruh," and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it was like bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking the responsibility as a role model and as a parent very
Easier
seriously.
that way in the short term.
It is
right?
easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the
trade-off.
book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's
Yeah.
not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And There are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce. Yeah, they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I have, I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, no, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
Just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
pleasure.
Make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
right.
at Bitcoin
Give him a follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I
informed
give you
of
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All
And
right, take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
Keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. 2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized Media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing.
Gamer
Consistent on the
and
daily, they
Brendan
bring
Hattie
Bitcoin news.
Hadfield,
Ethereum,
GP
Solana,
in the
and
house
stacking up
as
the
well. We're talking stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups, and we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the CIFCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freeger SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right. So probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to. Right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace love. Do you want to share?
We made a. We were doing our AI. All right. Let me.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, soon I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
that's all right. Now it's breaking
control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share the blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury. And so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back Treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026 for this reason. We have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasure. Like this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of if market conditions improve, we're at $1, $2, $3. What do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOL should we bring in? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there, nice. Go up a little bit, well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up, other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have three types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited. And if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been a
I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the Labs Co., any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, these, number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally. We can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both, there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. They have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs. Because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too, on top of dual stacking. SBTC being open, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all the stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post. Go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet, perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBDC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBDC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBDC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utila standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask or like the big wallets to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again, when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal, and
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I'd rather put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive and check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure the context is there of it would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
We're down in the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulation opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they kind of sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
There tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there of there's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired that they have the playroom that they need to get Stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is for networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there. For sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like, I'd say, like, the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted, but for next year I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget, so let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So
and to that point, yeah, that's great. Great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but The intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just, like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks Forum, I think.
Stacks Forum is the best place because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah. Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see. Go up a little bit. Not yet. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit. So I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members. But
oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we almost work. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Wappy in the house. Wappy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys hear me? Because for some things is happening.
There you are. Now we can hear you.
Good.
Good evening, brother. It's afternoon for me. It's a little later for you. Thank you for. I'm so glad to have finally gotten you on here, man.
It took a while, right? It took a while. It was a long time ago that we have been talking on certain things, and
back when we used to do the SIP call on Spaces every Friday. That's where we chatted the most, I think. The Stacks.
I think that's where we met, and also voting proposals on Stacks and that sort of spaces. I've joined a lot, and I must say it was very fun to hang out. Good to be here finally and be part of your show. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, so great to have you. I've been, I see you. You're always obviously contributing in the ecosystem. You do your, and I'm slow these days too. Like I don't want to say I'm slow. I'm because we do so much on the live stream now. I don't have as much time in the morning to follow your posts, but I love the regular inspirational posts you put out there, and you've been doing that for a long time. You're constantly motivating people, and that's one of the things I really love about you. Like, you're very positive. You promote positive outlooks, and that's important, I think.
Yeah, it was something that I found myself a little bit more like. For the longest time, I was a little bit lost on X because, first of all, I'm not a developer. I'm not a builder in the sense of like, I do have my thoughts, of course, but I'm not a developer. I don't, and I'm more like an enthusiast in a lot of things. And at some point, I needed to find to do. Yeah, at some point, I needed to find something to do with my with the NFTs or with whatever I had, and blockchain in general in much. So at some point, I just I created this little character. It's already doing these like little tweaky posts about positivity and mindset and awareness and as a sort of note to self kind of thing. That kicked off. So when I like woken up the captain through AI, I found an audience, and from that I just grew because I did like I have a full-time job, right? I work as a project manager, product manager at RL, and but I love hanging out with a lot of people, so I was always listening to spaces, and in the meanwhile just playing around on X, and this gave me practically an audience, built my presence on X, and for the longest time it did very well. For the recent exit that I took, it doesn't really match, but still it brought me a lot of experience in a way of writing, in a way of like looking at things in my own mindset, in a way that I changed my life. But also seeing it affect others. I really had some amazing DMs through the years of people saying like, "Hey, bro, how do you do that? What can we do with this?" And like how it impacted like other people to make better decisions. So yeah, that for me was the key to like keep going and go from there actually.
Awesome. I love it. GP in the house. You know GPSC as well, our brother from
Whoppy.
the Pepe Spaceship Club and so much more these days. Community manager for Trust Machines at Zest and Stacking DAO, and obviously my main co-host. One of the best decisions I ever made was bringing him into this project. But he was super excited when he found out that we were bringing you on as well, man. You have a very strong reputation throughout the Stacks community, for sure, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Wappy? Glad to connect with you and get to see you, man. And yes, man, your posts are some of the ones that I always look forward to. Always a good, positive message, and we need more of that positivity that you bring to this ecosystem, and the inspiration and great takes, man. But I had to come up and say what's up to you, man. Welcome, and good to connect and finally get to talk with you like this.
It's good to be on the DeOrganized show for once and connect with the guys that I've been, even if you don't see me that much, secretly still looking and look at what you guys are doing.
We see you. I see
didn't
you.
do groups. Like, okay, the group activity is a little bit less, but like it's very busy, very demanding. Like I'm trying to find my way in a certain way. And you probably have seen that I now made a second character, so it's Mr. Duck with the little horns, and also that one is taking off, getting requests for people asking me to make ducks and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's good to be able to build and contribute in certain things, in things that I'm good at, and happy to be here. Good to see you, GBSC. It's great to see Stack still building strong and working on it. Like it's good, exciting things happening like all around. Like that's one thing I can say.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now, man. Especially this week, we have the Stackies Awards taking place on Thursday, and then the Stacks Town Hall, and then all these other seminars that are taking place. Our community is a tight one, right? It's very tightly knit. But I do see some of the people that got quiet for a little while starting to come back around and posting again, and and that's a good sign for me that, like, hey, there are some catalyst news events for our ecosystem, like USDC, native USDC coming to our ecosystem and making his debut to Bitcoin DeFi with stacks. So people are seeing that as a signal, and there's plenty of other updates and innovations coming to our ecosystem. So it's good to see that the community is still here and paying attention, though it may have gotten a little quiet for just a moment. People have to sometimes reassess and then get refocused, and then come back with a stronger mindset. So it's good to see people still around, and it's awesome, man. I think 2026 is going to be a good one for our ecosystem.
Can fully agree about that. And the funny fact is, one thing you mentioned is now USDC is coming to stacks, right? Like, that's a big thing. But what is that, like, vested names in stacks that I've seen here or met elsewhere? The circle goes full circle, right? I see stacks in Action Trader. I see other people that I met before in the last couple of years around and going from EVM to Bitcoin back to, like, the ones that ecosystems and this whole network of blockchain, you keep coming across them, like left or right. And that's something I really love about space. So yeah, totally agree that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. People don't always necessarily stick around in one place, but there's a lot of conviction for crypto in general. And it doesn't even necessarily mean, it's a decentralized world. The whole Bitcoin is built on the concept of decentralization, which means that you're going to have multiple options in the marketplace. The more, the better, really. The more options you have, the more decentralized the marketplace is. So, of course, people should be going out and participating and seeing what's out there. And, that's how we learn. That's how we grow, and we build the best products by taking a little bit what works here and what works there and what works here and making a better mousetrap, right? So what I'm most interested in talking about, though, because I don't know anything about it other than I keep seeing posts about it. I don't have enough time to do my research on it, but I think that there's a lot of activity. So I probably need to know, what is aligners? What do I need to know about it?
Okay. How can I put this in 3 words that you... aligners is the next gen launchpad. Mathematically designed in a way that it will end all ICO token dumping from now on in future. It's a new way of fundraising with a fair launch system. No more VC seed rounds, no more nothing. If a VC wants to join, they can join, but everybody has to go through the bidding process. But it's designed in a way that it's targeting organic growth in price, in whatever you do. So the mechanic is actually quite simple. It's mathematically very difficult, but the way that it is designed, you create a project, in this case aligners, you make your token launch, and you set up a bidding window. A bidding window with several pools of discounts. These discounts normally would be the seed rounds, the private funding, the public funding, etc. Right? Now everybody can join. Everybody can join that bidding.
Okay.
And exactly at the same time. There's only hands for it. These bidding windows work as like laddered pools. And you can talk pools for which discount you want to have. Right? And you can bid on your tokens. The tokens, once you... I can go on forever on how it exactly works, but the whole meaning behind it is the token dynamics are designed in a way that once the tokens are depleted, there will be timers running. And then at some point, without any knowing, so there's no manipulation possible, these windows close and it's end of bidding, right? And then everybody can claim their tokens. But what do you now get? You don't get your tokens. You get your NFT that holds your tokens. So you actually get a can of tokens.
Okay, so you're getting an NFT that is where your tokens are actually located. So the NFT is like a wallet.
Yeah, and the tokens will release by the amount of time you dedicated to your bids to win that specific discount, right? So if I say I want $1,000 worth of tokens for 10 cent a tokens, in this case that's the highest discount pool, and I win it, then I should have said like, then my vesting period is a year. Okay, now I say a very difficult. Now say a difficult word. Vesting.
Yeah. So is the vesting period part of your bid? So are you bidding like a longer time period has a more weight towards the bid? A longer lockup period?
The longer you bid, the higher your chances are you get the highest discount. But now comes the best part.
Very interesting. All right. I see the mechanism here. Yeah.
Your tokens will drip out on the second. So it's a slow drip token process when they're going to release, but there's no liquid market. Like there's no liquid token because the majority of the token supply is locked up. But they will release gradually, and there will be there's 5 pools. There will be vesting periods for a couple months, or maybe even 0 months, and it will be maybe for a few years. So all these tokens will gradually come to the market. And what they then do, they this marketplace where you can immediately sell off these NFTs as liquid supply. There's other people can buy your NFT, in this case called TVS, tradable vesting schedule. The thought behind that is, as soon as you put them on the market, you need liquid, right? Liquid, you need finance, you need funds. So the assumption is that people will list their vesting schedules for discount. You feel it coming that you then get like arbitrage opportunities, that you then get like discounted tokens while the market price of the token is going up because there's an extreme scarcity. Because
so
every token is locked up.
I can trade my NFT that's holding my tokens with my vesting schedule. Is that essentially what it means?
Exactly.
That
you can just sell your tokens.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting concept because it does solve a big problem that we have as far as token launching goes right now, because it's very easy to launch a token. And we've seen that on a number of platforms. And I want to preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of what Kualin built at STX City. But I do think that the volume of token launches, it made it too easy to launch a token, and so it kind of saturated the market a little bit. Same thing it was a small version of what happened with Pump Fun at Solana. There's just too many tokens. It was too easy to launch a token. Specifically to pump and dump. This solves that problem in a very unique way. Very, very interesting.
Exactly. And the whole thing is, even if you're a degen, right? Let me say the token, like the InfoFi campaigns have a redeem period of 3 days where you can redeem your winnings for like 40 cents a token, right? And then when that ends, the token launches at 50 cents. So if you have that, you get one of these NFTs. You can immediately hand it over and say like, okay, I want to have USDT and trade it. But if you would go into the bidding and you win a bid for like, let's say 27 cents or 28 cents a token, and you have 10,000 tokens you split your NFTs. There's also splitting options possible. And you immediately dump them on the market for 35 cents. there you go, profit, right? Like right away. But people that believe in the project will then see like, hey, the discounted tokens, like that's a 35 cent NFT, but the spot market price on the other end says 50. Immediate leverage. Immediate. Just you pick up your NFT, and of course, like in the future, they will build out towards DeFi, towards like collateralizing your NFTs and that sort of thing. That's a long story in the end. But what they prevent is what you now see with a lot of tokens is nowadays you see projects creating floating value, right? Only releasing a small portion of the token supply to the public so that you get a high valuation, while the seed rounds is sitting on 20% waiting for the price to go up, and as soon as the price is right, they come out, right? You see that happen with Monad. You see the so your floating FDP is like a false pretense of a high valuation that gives them excuses that it's absolutely ridiculous to see. But yeah, people buy into it and they still do. So what it is with aligners is like Bitcoin, they bootstrap. They don't do external funding. Like no, everything comes out of pocket and or raising mechanism. They have everything in self-control. So the initial valuation starts low, and it allows the project. It might take a little while longer, right? But it allows the project for organically grow and organically evaluate and organic price growth of the token supply. And because there's only 26 million tokens and 46% is locked up in TVSs when the initial weight offering is done. So that's the time weighted bidding pool that I was talking about. You vest your time and your money, but your time is the winning factor, right? That means that there is no liquid supply to dump. And it's very easy to pick your tokens from the market, right? The team vested their allocation for 26 years. So the slow drip on those tokens will take forever before that 20% what you're seeing over there is dripping out. Like those tokens, it's even for the team impossible to just say at some point, hey, we have a $1 token, let's dump everything and see. It's not, because the tokens are not coming out. They have to put their TVS back on the market, and a degen might not buy a 26-year vested token, but a believer that sees the price goes up in the value and like how it organically grows can say like, okay, listen, I can sell it whenever I want. I take that TVS, it still doesn't come on the liquid market, and I put it up for collateral in DeFi and put my money back in USDT, right? So the options of this whole dynamic of playing around with tokens that are wrapped but liquid, right? Everybody happy. Degens can trade, long-term traders can trade, everybody can trade. But if you look from it from a traditional bonds perspective, you can price leverage, discounted tokens on spot market, on everything, just looking at the maturity of the NFTs. And I know I go in a short time very deep into the mechanics, but the basics is nothing else than you give everybody the freedom to trade, to invest without waiting for that big whale VC to come in, and you have to click fast. You don't have to click fast. Money doesn't matter. I can outbid a $1 million whale and push him out of the pools. That's not. If I want to sit in there for 100 years doing a crazy number now, the whale has nothing to say with his money if he not outbids me over that 100 years. So you see also
on a let's say it's a 5-year vesting schedule. Do I get access to any of the tokens during that 5-year period, or nothing gets emitted until I reach the vesting period?
No, they will come out. Like as soon as you claim your TVS, you will get like a little card that says like total tokens locked No, total tokens in the TVS, lock tokens, claimable tokens, and claimed tokens.
So based
And
on the
it's
vesting period, the tokens become claimable at on a schedule.
yeah, on the time you set. So let's say you have they drip out by the second. So if you say 5 years, that's 5 times 365 days, right? So and 3 days is so many seconds. And you have, let's say, 10,000 tokens, then all those seconds over those 5 years, right, will determine the speed of the drip. So that means 10,000, so everybody, all the variations in vesting lengths will have a gradual flow of tokens that gradually come to the market left and right, because some will drip faster, others will drip very slow, and everything in between. Right?
Very interesting, man. So what platform is this on?
This is an EVM. It will launch on Base, but they're planning on going multi-chain.
Multi-chain, but EVM. And
at this point,
Base is where it's at for that, for sure. Like I know, like Stacks actually brought me down to DevConnect in Buenos Aires last month, which is an
awesome.
Ethereum. Yeah, it was great. Great time, great stuff going on with Stacks down there. But the best part about it, well, no, I don't want to say the best part about it. A cool part about it was because Stacks wasn't actually at DevConnect because it's an Ethereum-oriented thing. They had like satellite events, but I did get to go to the DevConnect conference for a couple of days, and the conversations I had with a lot of the projects down there indicated that of all of the EVM L2s on Ethereum, Bases by far the one that seems to be winning as far as Ethereum L2s go. Base and Arbitrum is what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, there are a couple of good L2s, but you have Arbitrum at this point very running hard. Mega ETH is quite new. And then Base, of course, and Base is just running at it. And the thing is, but we did some live testing with the whole mechanics, and test nets are horrible. Like if it comes to mass testing and that sort of thing, you're always running into troubles with your RPCs, right? So the team now decided to go on Base for launch, and then expand from there. But they are looking to eventually go multi-chain, and how fast and how sorry, my son has to leave.
I know what that's like. I have a couple sons myself.
Yeah, he cooked dinner, but I like it all mixed a little bit, but it's okay. I will call him later. That's all right. Anyway, so yeah, we tried to test on Mega ETH. That didn't work because they changed their RPCs like 2 hours before the live stream, and then all
I've never heard of Mega ETH I've never even heard of that chain.
Mega ETH is also very new, but very fast, very promising blockchain on Ethereum. We tested on Arbitrum together with the founder, by the way. That was pretty awesome that he was there. And we did a couple of tests. So they decided to test to launch on Base, because before launch they want to do they want to see if they can do something special for live stream. I cannot really go into that. Yeah, that's at least something they said. Yeah, then the launch will be 7 January on my head, because they had to postpone TGE because the traction on the liners was so fast and so much that they grew. Oh, well, we were trending in the United States with the Twitter account for 5 days straight, and then Twitter banned the account because the traction was too big. They kick you out because it's bot-like, and that was right when they submitted for the golden tick. So that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing, and showing how strong they are. It's a vibe that I haven't seen for like 3-4 years after the 21 boom on NFTs, that you saw all these mega communities going mental on X, like look at us, you know. And I see that now, but the thing is, the technology behind it, the way that it's designed, I did some deep dives and some comparisons, and the way that he thought it through, like how you have, for example, have like your first pull and your last pull 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? On what you say. So you, even if you bid and you bid 1,000, when you win that bid, you get a full refund. So you get and your TVS and your token, and you get your money back. And it also is done for the last pull, the 5th, which creates an equity sandwich that creates a bidding war, because the degens want pull 5, the long-term ones want pull 1, but nobody wants to trickle inside. But the trickle mechanic between these pulls, you will only trickle down if you get outbid, right? So where do you want to end?
The degens want pull 5 because they can get their hands on it faster and trade it sooner.
Because probably the shortest vesting schedules will come out of pool 5, because that's like, but it like I have to explain a little bit about these pools. You have 5 pools. The first one has 2.2 million tokens in there, right? Then you go down and somewhere on the white paper, but the last pool only has 500,000 tokens in there, right? The last pool you get a full refund, and the first pool you get a full refund. The first pool has its highest discount, and the last pool its lowest, and then there's 3 phases in between, right? So no matter where you go, you always will have tokens at a discount, but only pool 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? So what do you get is that people are going to target these pools, but somebody that's outbid investing length will be pushed down a pool if the pool is depleted, right? This creates kind of a bidding war that nobody, because who doesn't want something for free, kind of a thing, right? But because the biggest discount, if you want to bid, like there's a bidding process going on, you can only bid once. That's your opening bid, and then you can only top up your bids. So you can only add to it. You cannot detract.
Okay. You can only.
So if I say I do $1,000 for pool 1, 12 months, and I get pushed out of that pool into pool 2, and I want to go back, I have to look at what the highest bid is at that point and outbid him to push, so I can only top up my time. So that means the highest discount probably will have the longest vesting periods of people that want to be in that pool, right? It's quite, if you think about how mathematically this is engineered and look into how they built this, it on all sides just screams long-term thinking. I'm not even going into full details because it's taking way too long, but by all means, I would suggest reading it. But the way they designed it, the way that they designed anti-manipulation, fair bidding, so you cannot manipulate bidding windows, because once the bidding windows, the bidding pools are depleted, hashed bidding windows go in play, and the bidding window only will be open from 0 seconds to, I don't know, I have to look it up because the white paper is being updated as we speak, but it previous was like 6 hours, and you never know when it ends. So you cannot do last minute pool sniping. It's impossible because you don't know how much time you have, right? Then when the tokens are distributed, you don't have liquid tokens. You just have NFTs with slow drips. So the liquid supply on spot market immediately says 50 cents, but like the circulating supply, how big is it? And how, so the mechanics in that, it screams long term, it screams stability, it screams free launch, no, not free launch, fair launch, the distribute in everything. And the coolest part that I think is, while it works like this, you can do whatever you want. You can just dump your NFTs. Okay, you have a little bit of profit. You can still be that hamburger guy, right? To all the other side of the spectrum, to in the future build a complete financial DeFi system on your collaterals, on your other people that go through Aligner's Launchpad and launch in the same dynamic. So you will have more TVSs you can trade on other projects. So what you actually get is like a DEX for the NFTs. That's kind of the thing. And with a second angle on it, that simultaneously to that, there will be a spot market on the released liquid tokens. And then I can go way further on vesting and revesting and everything, but that's very far ahead. But that's the whole dynamic, and it caught me right away. Like, this is something that actually can fix a problem, that a $10 investor can have the same fair chance with this system as a $10 million whale that just comes in and wants to benefit, right? Like, everybody has a fair chance here.
Oh, because so is the amount I'm bidding. So if I'm only bidding $100, but I bid a longer vesting schedule, I will potentially win the bid for that $100 worth of that bucket.
Exactly. If you outbid the whale, you push the whale out.
And it doesn't matter whether the whale's bidding $10,000, because if I'm bidding a longer vesting schedule, I'm going to get my bid in ahead of theirs.
Exactly. And it will be prioritized on time and not on amounts.
I like that a lot, man. I think that's a really good idea. And so this is
the only thing people have a hard time understanding with that is the hash timer. As soon as the pool fills up and is filled, that hash timer kicks in. And that's like an unknown. Nobody knows when it ends. So if then a big whale comes in and buys the entire pool, that means the countdown timer is activated like right away. And that can be 10 minutes.
The vesting schedule doesn't start until the pool gets completely bought out.
No, the vesting schedule is the TVS. The countdown timer to prevent pool sniping gets only activated when the entire pool is depleted. So if there's so many bits in that 2.2 million tokens are gone, then the pool is full and it activates a hash timer. And then we have only so much more time before the bid window closes and the bids are being finalized.
I see. So the pool, once the pool is full, there's only a short window for somebody to come along and try to front run the bids in any.
I have to look it up because there can be two possibilities. The previous white paper, they said it was a variation from somewhere between 0 seconds and 5 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. Any random time frame in between those two was the length of your bidding window. So if there's only one that knows, and it will be on the background, there will be a number, and then there will be a hash, and that hash will be attached to the bidding windows. Nobody knows, cannot be manipulated, nothing, right? And as soon as the timer is done, the hash window will be published to the public to show how long the hash was, to make it fair and transparent. But it could possibly be that when you're the one that depletes the pool with $100, pushing the whale out, that you activate a 0 second timer. And you're immediately the last bid.
So you could front run a whale potentially.
Potentially, but it also can be that you trigger the window and that it still will be open for 6 hours, so you cannot put in like a sniping bot and
Right.
say like,
You,
okay,
you don't know whether you front run any what there still might be plenty of time for them to outbid you. So you can't there's no front running period, essentially.
you cannot set triggers for front running to snipe the bids. It's impossible because you
That's
don't know
actually-
what timers
this
to
was-
set.
Yeah, this was designed by degens that know how to that know all the tricks in the launch schedules we currently use.
Well, it's actually done by a mathematician. His name is Roger. He's a great mind, but he, like what he said, they called it aligners, and the token is called A26Z, and 26 stands for the letters in the alphabet that they literally thought out and calculated every angle in the book, like every angle you can think of, everything. They built on this for 3 years. The technology, it's not even a fake promise, it's already active, it's already working. The smart contracts are there. They are now working through the second set of audits. The first round of audits, they got audited by 150 different sources. And no matter what angle I try to look at it, no matter what way the way that they designed it, it triggers you to really think about, like, how do I play this game? Like, no matter what you like. Landy, for example, we had a great discussion a couple of weeks ago with Landy, and he was like, yeah, dude, the mechanics around this, it's genius in a certain way, because no matter how you look at it, you cannot manipulate it.
Gamed. Right, it cannot be gamed, it sounds like. So
exactly. And they turned down VC funding. They don't want VC. The only thing the team tells to a VC fund is, if you want to do, you have to participate in the bidding. That's the only way. So there's no greedy hands.
Is the bidding open on the first token yet, or not yet?
No. The bidding will open at right after TG. Then you will get because we have these wall chain campaigns, right? These InfoFi campaigns going on, and the payouts for those need to be done through the initial weight offering, the funds that come from that, and for that,
so I should be posting about aligners so that I can get some wall chain cred. So I might get some tokens up front.
Exactly, but you don't get the tokens. You actually get the vesting schedule. You get a NFT that you can either immediately trade for USDT, or you can hold it and then become part of the system. But there will be no liquid tokens. You get your tokens in a container, in a TVS. That's how you get them. But the bidding, like, you will get TGE, if I'm correct, and immediately right after that. So they generate the tokens so that they can wrap them inside the TVSs, and then they will go into the bidding. That way, that when the bidding happens, and the biddings are final, they can create the TVSs and make sure that the people can claim their tokens. That's the way that it will go on launch, and that will happen probably the 7th or somewhere around the 7th of January.
I love it, man. I think it's great. I think it's very interesting. I will probably do a little bit of more research and some posting on it, so I might line up to get a little bit of pop when it comes out. But I think it's a very interesting concept, and I'm interested to see how it goes, because I think a more holistic, fair launch platform based on what they're trying to achieve is much needed. Not every project needs a token. We don't have a token for DeOrganized. People talk to me about it several times. I feel like we can probably just use Bitcoin for things, especially now with SBTC on stacks and others that other options in the marketplace that are not 10-minute block times and expensive to use, if we needed a token for something. But there are definitely projects that need tokens, and there's definitely a reason to launch tokens for a number of, even if it's just a fundraising round kind of thing for a specific project that warrants it. And tools to launch a token in an environment that is less that is less risky, less exploitative, less extractive is important, because I do think that a lot of what we're experiencing now in the price action in crypto in general is a direct result of what went on 12 months ago at pump.fun.
You just saw the recent Monad launch, right? Monad exactly the same. It happened exactly the same. And it still happens practically daily, even with good projects. They need the VC funding to build their stuff, right? And they involve VCs. And what do VCs want? They want return on investment. Simple as that. So as soon as the price goes up, they dump. And you cannot, like what Roger's saying also, is you cannot even blame them, because that's just the game. That's how it's designed, how it's engineered. You cannot blame the degen. The fastest click win the most money, right? So it's not even to blame people. Although a lot of people mostly get hurt, it sucks, right? But it also sucks for the project itself, because to over that dump and beam on your tokens and get rid of the before you're completely sustainable, or you go strapped, have an tokens in your value by creating community and having a system that doesn't dump, that allows you to have a way more organic growth path and lifespan to become product market fit, to do something that both benefits community as well as your own product. And that's I think the most important part that sticks to a lot of people that find aligners, that way of thinking. Because you and I, we know, right, there's a lot of brilliant minds. We know it here from the Staxi game as well, right? They sit here in like a shady little room discussing on a Twitter space what they want to go and do. Boom, brilliant idea, like right there. But they're getting killed by all these big VCs, because when they need the money, there's always that counterpart. Like, what do we get in return? And 9 out of 10 times, that's the big token dump that dumps on the projects and then moves on to the rest. So to now say, okay, we give you a place where you can launch your stuff, but you have to do it this way, and you have to do it through a certain protocol. So it needs to be done through certain standards that we all start playing the same game, right? But it's proof in the pudding that you see tokens not do this, but have like this gradual growing line, and you still can trade and you still can just make your money no matter who you are. Then you give a project a chance, the little investor a chance, but you also can show your product to the world in an organic way. And I think for the future of blockchain,
without decimating and turning off your community through, a massive extraction event.
Yeah, and not have to be annoyed by people showing Lamborghinis on a luxury island on Instagram saying that they're so cool. Like,
Right.
It is a kind of way. And I do like innovations that actually bring something to the space that can make a difference. And like blockchains on its own makes a difference, right? But it needs to be done in a good way and not only be used as an extraction mechanism that only like sucks out life of 90% of users and the rest is, But anyway.
I dig it. GP, what do you think?
I think this is really awesome to see how they've merged FTs and NFTs to solve a problem. It's very interesting to me. I don't like to buy a token and then get dumped on. So I think that this is necessary and the approach is novel. So yeah, this is exciting. And I would love to see, what others, how it inspires other builders to approach the same problem.
Yeah, true.
No, well, we need to launch, or at least Linus needs to launch first, because they're saying like at this point we're not launching any tokens or take no project on before we have proven the tech works. That's his approach.
Sure, and I wouldn't do it. That's how I would do it too. I
Smart.
think that's a smart way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And he says like super transparent. He is like, and he's always telling about like, I want people to come at me with the hard questions, and he's transparent about anything. So what he wants to do is launch early January, show that it works, and then he is like, he has the vision that says like, if people start seeing, then there's this beautiful chart after TGE, right? That doesn't crash, doesn't do anything, and the project is still there. I said, then the proof is there, and we can start working from that point out and show the world that ICOs are no longer needed for you as a project to gain your funds. You can play the game in a different way than be victim of game theory, fastest click wins, right? Like, no. It shouldn't be that way. Of course, there will be some gamification in the whole bidding system. I mean, that will be absolutely fun to watch, because the whole equity sandwich thing, it probably will create some sort of like bidding war. So you have to be very careful and very alert on how. But yeah, even if you didn't do that, bid your time and your money, and you miss out on all the pulls, you automatically get refunded. It's not that your money goes somewhere. So pull 1, pull 5, and all missed get immediately refunded directly, and only the ones that made the cut, they will have their TVS. So there is gamification, and that makes it fun, I think. But yeah, if there's enough tokens, I mean, Aligners has 26 million tokens. But if you want to launch through them in the future and you say, I want to do 1 billion, hey, who lets you? They're all locked up anyway.
Right. And I mean, token supply has different reasons for different things. So it should be variable. But really, everybody wants to get into a low number token, right? A low supply token, because that's the one with the most. If there's demand created, then it's obviously a better option. Like I'd rather have a Bitcoin at 21 million Bitcoins than, trying to think of like Stacks has a couple billion, right? There's a 1.8 billion Stacks, so it's never going to reach the just basic tokenomics. So, but you should have the variable option. I think this is great, man. I really think it's a very...
There is, and of course I'm talking a lot with the founder, and there's a little bit of a peak side behind the screen where they want to buy. Like the marketplace will be, of course, the biggest thing. And I made a traditional bond comparison where I deep dived into like where is this TVS with tokens inside? Like, how do I treat it as an asset, right? I went down the like, it's not a future, it's not a stock, like in how it works. It has a maturity period, right? It has dripping tokens, it has this, it has that. You get dividends when you hold them from the revenue of the platform. So the bond mechanics make it possible to leverage, to strip it, to like, if you know a little bit. I'm learning a lot from this. But what he also said at some point is like, as an asset, we want to build a DeFi platform on the back end. And as a community, because the tokens slow drip so slowly into the market, you can help push the scarcity by buying these liquid tokens and put them back into your TVS. So you have $10, you see, oh, there's liquid tokens, so I put them back in my TVS, I increase my stake, they're locked again for X amount, not on the market.
So
Then
I can buy off the market, put them into my TVS, and that's actually going to lock them up into my vesting schedule.
Exactly. And
that
then,
is really cool, actually.
And now I come with the second one that will drive up the price. What the project will do is... Oh. Am I still there?
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're here. Oh, now you're frozen.
Frozen, yep.
Oh, no.
Same on my end.
I heard him ask if he was still here.
Yeah, he might be coming back after it. Just a little lag spike.
Oh, I think he's back. Is he back?
He moved for a second.
Hey.
There he is.
No,
I can hear you.
I did. It's okay. So what the plan is for aligners is they have implemented buyback and burn, and what they will do is every quarter they will use 15% of their revenue for buybacks and burn. So
I saw that.
26 million.
That's on the,
yeah.
That's on the website too. It says that they are committed to use 15% of quarterly profits for buyback and burn until the price is at $100.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a, like what they will do. They will keep burning until it's there, and then they will review what they will do. Right? That's a little bit of a, because we had questions in the past. Yeah, what will you do when it's a sort of hard cap? Like no. It's like that their goal, that is what they want to reach, and if you can manage that, I think that's a great thing. But like their addition to it is just wanted to grab that scarcity and make it a community, right? So they incentivize people to lock up their tokens for the 5% dips, because as long as you hold the PS with locked tokens, you get a part of that 5%, while in the meanwhile you can help scooping up and locking up tokens, driving up scarcity even more, making possible the discounts between listed TVSs and spot price even bigger, so your discounts become, so you get, like, you see where I'm going, you get like a value spiral that if you attach a DeFi protocol behind it, where you can then collateralize your locked tokens as TVSs, right? You see what you see where you get. So you can help scarcity, you can create discounts. There's Binta. Hey,
yeah, I can't. Binta just joined. Binta, it's way late for you, isn't it? How are you tonight, Binta?
26. Okay. I wanted to join this session. Sorry I'm late. Hi, GP. Peace. What's good?
What's up, Benta? Welcome. We were just chatting with the doctor himself. Some awesome stuff he's telling us about what's going on with aligners, and we're pretty excited about it. It seems like a very, very interesting platform. Are you participating in the the quacking for aligners, Benta?
Hell yeah. I am. Whoopi actually introduced me to the project. I read about it and I got really interested. And I made the cut to Epoch. I think I was among the first 500, which was really, that was my second badge on World Chain. I've never been the type to like, okay, I need to talk about project over and over again, but with aligners, I keep having to say because I love what they're doing. I'm interested and I want to be part. And the community is very, very solid, very supportive, and Dave is there as well. So it's a good place to be.
Awesome. We're gonna have. You know what? We can talk a little bit more about it on the space tomorrow morning too.
For sure.
It's definitely an interesting project, and we're absolutely going to be keeping more tabs on that.
What time is it?
Oh, our spaces are we do
that tomorrow.
8 p.m. Eastern time. We do every Monday through Friday. Benta hosts spaces for DeOrganized.
Yeah,
She's our
8 a.m.
DeOrganized space host. So it's 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday.
That's my 2
It's
p.m.
like 2. Yeah, it's probably like 2 p.m.
I should still be.
Or 2
I
p.m.
mostly cannot join your
It's 2 p.m. for me as
but
well.
I do know tomorrow 8 p.m.
Well,
EST
you know what you
for
can
me.
do?
It's 6
Like,
hours
just
later.
Yeah, so it's like 2 p.m.
No,
in the
for tomorrow.
afternoon.
For
so
tomorrow,
you'll have to just kind of like.
Now, for
You'll
tomorrow,
just
the
have to.
thing
You'll
is,
just
know
have,
that I
you'll just have to. You'll have to multitask at work, is what you're gonna have. To do.
Yeah, but the problem is spaces and mechanics right next to me. That's a little bit difficult. So like, it's like
yeah.
people constantly bugging me. Like, I
Yeah,
work
no,
in a
I'm-
pretty demanding environment, but I do know that I have to go to a football game tomorrow night at 9, and I want to quit early. So I have to see how early I can quit because we're right before Christmas, right? End of year, the whole shebang, BS in IRL, like busy, everybody running. But if I can make it, like, I'm happy to join again. And at least next week, I know I can join for sure because we'll be working alone. Everybody has vacation, and B, it will be the last 2 days before my vacation. So next week will be possible for sure to join.
Doc, we want you
The
any
spaces.
day. You are obviously always welcome. Feel free to jump in anytime. We do it every Monday through Friday. Might take a couple of days off around the holiday, but definitely will be on Monday, Tuesday next week.
Oh, please take days off. It's
I'll be
important to.
I'm very much available.
But Binta's gonna do them every day now that she thinks you might show up. She's gonna.
Nah, but Binta and me, like I don't speak so much in the groups, but Binta knows where to find me, and she can DM me if she needs me. So.
Yeah, no, and honestly, getting Binta to do an opening morning space for us was one of the best decisions I made because what gets you into a better positive frame of mind than hearing her smiley voice?
Yeah,
it's the best. It's absolutely the best. My only problem is I'm so busy trying to get the news and everything.
You know what? One of the most beautiful things is, and Binta knows this. We now have a lot from Nigeria and Ghana and all these countries, like also in the aligners community, right? And when you get them on spaces, it's 1,000 Bintas, all different voices, but they're like the energy of these people is so high.
It is. It's great that we're growing the global community. We're shrinking the earth, and which has been being done for a long time with the internet, but the tools and the technology now for us to get into these conversations on a regular basis and really get to know people that are nowhere near you physically. It really is a great paradigm. I love it. We are a little bit over the hour, so I don't want to drag too much longer. I do want to make sure. So number one, Wappy, we're definitely going to need you to come on again in January when the token launches, so we can keep up to date as to how that's how it works in real life once it's going live.
I will be happy to do that. And another thing too, because Stacks is for coding a bit different than EVM chains. But I know that there's people that looking for cross-train, like Blockface, right? Like no, not Blockface. Was already looking at an XRP combination for a while back. Stacks and that sort of. So I know there's a lot of people looking at.
We still call them.
Oh yeah. Okay, but like sort of things, right? Like just so I know that there's a lot of developers also in Stack that look to how to like bring certain things to Stacks or Stacks to other chains. Yeah. So if this solution that needs to be
there are a couple of
so
things
if this is a solution, go ahead.
We're actually
a little bit.
We're actually getting wormhole adoption for Stacks probably in Q1, probably January. We also just got Wallet Connect functionality, so Stacks is very much going to be multi-chain.
Well,
so we do
what I will do. I will Roger, because I'm now, and Binta knows this, also connected to the team closer is being chosen as one of the 26 alliance for the second period to spread it, and I thought this was a great opportunity to start doing that. They will concentrate on EVM at the moment. I think it won't hurt if I ask Roger and explain, like, hey, listen, in Stacks there's also a big community, and I know that even in Stacks there's people still trading outside of Stacks or doing things outside of Stacks. But if it becomes a multi-chain thing, it can never hurt to bring everybody together and talk, right? So maybe he wants to join one time in one of the morning spaces, and I will definitely ask him that.
Yeah, we'd love that. Absolutely. There's definitely room to grow. And Stacks, there's so many devs onboarding right now. It's crazy. We have a lot of developer talent on Stacks these days. So I don't think it's a challenge that can't be overcome. Getting Stacks designed on there. I mean, it probably won't happen overnight, but it's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to say about that. They concentrate on EVM for the moment because it's easier to deploy EVM contracts, right? It's like a little bit of an adaptation, and you go from Arbitrum to Base to, like, that's less work as going from EVM bang Bitcoin. Like that bridge is a little bit too far, but like I know that there is, and we also know that even on Stacks there are token launches. There's also things that going on. Okay, maybe not as much as a Pump.Fun or Solana, but yeah, I think eventually if everybody wants to build this way, and you can find a fair value system for everyone, hey, I'll be happy to connect the worlds and bring them all together.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Brother, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been awesome. Binta, I'm going to give you, do you have anything else you wanted to add today?
Nothing much. I just wanted to come here and support, first of all, the DeOrganized, then talk to OP as well, because I love the Aligners team. I love the project. I love the community, and I'm very, very happy to be involved as well. And I actually don't have the time. I will have it. It's fun. Like, sincerely, it's fun to just be part of the community. It's fun to just like come to their spaces, listen to Roger. He's very smart, very intelligent, and he's ready to give to its community. He's building a very cool project. Yeah, he's building a very cool project.
Are there regular spaces? Are there regular spaces for Alliance?
Yeah.
Every day.
Single day, multiple spaces. Like, this community go really hard. You have different community leaders hosting spaces at different times. I will tag you on some so that if you are free, you can just jump in.
Please do. Please do. Especially if you guys are up and talking, I'll actually get a notification too. So if you guys jump into the spaces and talk, I might be able to follow you in.
I'm pretty regular if it comes to spaces because I very much like public speaking with everybody. But like there is like a 7-day AMA schedule that's like designed like with the team. They're also like featured on Lurky so that you can lurk back and see what was discussed. But besides that, the community is so tight, and Binta knows it, that I cannot wake up and don't find a space. Like, it's absolutely nuts. They're talking in the morning, in the midnight, and I sometimes even get pinged. You should come in my space.
What
And I
is
look at the
actually
clock,
on
and it's like it's freaking 3 a.m. 8 o'clock.
Meta
Yeah,
Bishop
is
going on now?
hosting one now.
Dave is talking at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will go
So
to
there are
that
a
too,
couple
and I
of
will take
spaces
my.
every
All right, we'll have to jump into one soon. I won't be able to do today's. Unfortunately, I got some more stuff I got to get to after this. But
Always
always a
something to do,
pleasure,
right?
Wappy. I'm so glad we finally got you on the
Yes.
show. Don't be a stranger, guys. Make sure you're following Dr. Wappy on X. Definitely be following GPSC and Binta, and if you want, DeOrganized Media and myself. But awesome stuff. I am very excited and look forward to seeing more about what Aligners does when they launch. I will probably start paying a little bit more attention and definitely going to jump into a space or two soon because if Binta says so, I have to. And Wappy, whenever looking forward to seeing you jump into a space sometime soon. We can talk a little more about it then. And again, thank you, brother, for joining us today. Thank you, GP, for jumping in. Always great to have you with us. And Binta, you made my day, surprising us jumping into the show this afternoon. So awesome stuff. Another spotlight from the DeOrganized crew, guys. Check out Aligners and make sure you're following Dr. Wappy. He's definitely a good vibes kind of guy that you need in your life. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll have some more, probably some more evergreen repeat content for you coming up to round out the last couple of hours of the stream. And we'll be back with you guys in the morning for the news show, bright and early, starting at 7:30. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace out.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive.
We're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, has suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go, and check out the working groups. And we got the Staxies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the CIFCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freed Your SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So, do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year, basically. We'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right, so probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but there are. She seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace, love. Do you want to share?
Oh, we made a. we were doing our AI. All right. Let me. Hold on.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So so what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share, we
Well,
appreciate
seeing
it.
I can share everything, I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but you know.
That's all right. Now we're it's
I
breaking
can't
here.
control.
We got it first. That's all right. That's
You're
all right.
getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome. Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up. The post
It's
is
getting it's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share
Well,
the blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026 for this reason. We have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasury. Like this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of if market conditions prove we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we bring in? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks Grants Program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there, nice. Go up a little bit, well, not the macro environment, that's depressing for everybody. Go up, other way up, yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live, applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited. And if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been
I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the LabsCo, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, these number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally, we can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks has been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both, there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. They have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs, because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too, on top of dual stacking. SBTC, just SBTC being open, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy, there's so much dev activity, all this stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect. We got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right. Native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the, if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post, go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see Stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with Stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and Stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into Stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in Stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy Stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBTC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want Stacks. and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utila standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask or like the big wallets to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal, and
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification. Ever more instant. So
I put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive and will check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there. It would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say
it. Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulated opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets, so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like, I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
They're tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
In the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there of there's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired that they have the playroom that they need to get stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is your networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there for sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like I'd say like the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted. But for next year, I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget. So let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So,
and to that point, yeah, that's great to hear everything. And Rena, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to the Stacks forum because, not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks forum, I think.
Stacks forum is the best place because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah. Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple.
Go up a little bit. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit. So I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members. But
oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we put in, we almost were. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, something I do, I'm in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like, we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't, that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens, that we're the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
The foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO. because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both.
you need both, but right now managing the funds is probably paramount.
Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos. Decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. There is like most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards, and so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually we talked around that concept a little for during the before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to like a slot.
Awesome. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is like his R&D baby. Like he has been gunning for this as a long time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying, yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be, focusing on is very, very exciting because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us. And, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be the first, this is not like the last post, this is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
We're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered in the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The Labsco, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of Labsco. The Labsco is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just
You're
wanted
so
to...
welcome. No, it's
you to put it in your own words as well.
necessary to point it out for stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I'm just staff at endowment, where everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body, because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the Labsco, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment, so like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
Totally, I appreciate
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge value.
I think it's just difficult sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate, because Stacks is, like I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like actually when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Kinderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem, because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call as well on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate y'all.
You have carte
It's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB, and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that...
There's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that, and yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there's several huge technical upgrades coming too. So I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31 because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will we'll obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tinderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share. If you don't mind, share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of.
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tinderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tinderly is one of the young up and coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps. And there you can find, for example, Tuesday's working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's just really useful to just, a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded. And there's like a lot of links that you can, get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub and then you're in. And start posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks Foundation handle. Then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool.
I love the visualization, aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, But I think it helps.
Well, also the recaps you've been doing and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then you can go into Stacks Forum and read it more if you want. So I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that I'm doing the right approach, or
Sir Hero Gamer, I have a question, sir.
So welcome feedback.
I have a question, sir. So, sir,
ask away.
What is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs, so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks or via Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Tinderly? Tinderly?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there's more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine
Yeah,
in the
that's
future
okay.
we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxis coming up on Thursday.
excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an
vote for
important.
GP for best community builder.
Yep, vote for DeOrganized Media, vote for GP.
Vote for Peace,
Peace
Love Music.
Love. Amazing guys. You guys been killing it this year, you know. Really thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated, to be honest with you. There's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools, to be honest. I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there. It'll bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community. Make sure and just vote whoever you vote for. Go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They killed it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in, and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added to my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
for. Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh, no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from Stacks hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across Stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed. But once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is the working group before that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we are not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody who's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
Aside question, Rena, do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like I don't know. Is there anything AI
You
that
have
you want?
no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Reno with AI and like AIing me. Like I need the whole works.
Oh, we can
Because
definitely do that.
I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings and
Well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the three key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're gonna have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And I'm just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like
That's
I
amazing.
really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley is.
Can you hear me, sir?
There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP 31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more notes in the dock, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, temptation. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From call to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
It is time for SIP Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the CIFCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freeger SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right. So probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace love. Do you want to share?
Yeah, we made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear the jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, soon I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual Treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
that's all right. Now we're it's breaking.
I can't control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum Treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share my blog post. It's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meeting. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026. For this reason, we have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend, because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone, to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasury. Like, this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of, if market conditions prove we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there. Nice. Go up a little bit. Well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up. Other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last of the community selected, we are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been a
I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the LabsCo, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, these, number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally. We can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that the since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both, there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. They have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs. Because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too, on top of dual stacking. SBTC being open, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all this stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post. Go up. I put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBDC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBDC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBDC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utila standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask or like the big wallets to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again, when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal. And
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I'd put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive and check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there of it would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
We're down in the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulated opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they kind of sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
There tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there of there's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired, that they have the playroom that they need to get Stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is your networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there. For sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like, I'd say, like, the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted, but for next year I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget, so let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So
and to that point, yeah, that's great. Great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks Forum, I think. And
Stacks
so
Forum is the best place because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
yeah, Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple.
Go up a little bit. Not yet. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit, so I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members. But
oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we almost work. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, I'm in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So like, for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't, like, that's the goal, right? So to generate income on stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens, and we're the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
The foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the Cayman. I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO. Because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both.
You need both, but right now managing the funds is probably paramount.
Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. There is most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards. And so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually, we talked around that concept a little for during the, before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBDC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to a slot.
Awesome. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing a Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
You can
looking forward to
expect
seeing.
Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is like his R&D baby. Like he has been gunning for this as a long time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be focusing on is very, very exciting, because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today, and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us, and, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be this is not like the last post. This is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trippin' Monkey to help build out that platform, because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things, because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
But we're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered in the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The Labsco, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of Labsco. The Labsco is our subsidiary. So there is no more which entity does this. It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just
You're
wanted
so
to
welcome. No, it's
you to put it in your own words as well.
necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously, there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally, the only difference is I am just staff at endowment, where everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body, because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly. And that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabSco, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment, so like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
totally. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge value.
I think it's just difficult sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate. Because Stacks is, I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like, actually, when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
You know, I'm going to bring him on. We got a late comer. Tinderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
He's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem, because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so like we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for stacks in Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call. It's on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate all of it.
You have
it's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
but worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the cab, and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that
there's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting
Yeah,
things.
we need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that. And yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there's several huge technical upgrades coming too. So I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31, because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will we will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tenderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share, if you don't mind share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tenderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tenderly is one of the young up-and-coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps, and there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's just really useful to just a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded. And there's like a lot of links that you can, get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start like posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post like your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks Foundation handle. Then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool.
And I love the visualization, aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, But I think it helps.
Well,
I
also,
think also
Miro, the recaps you've been doing and and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then you can go into Stacks Forum and read it more if you want. So I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that I'm doing the right approach, or
Sir Hero Gamer, I have a question, sir.
So welcome feedback.
I have a question. I have a question, sir. So, sir,
ask away.
What is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So working group essentially. Working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs, so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks or via Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Tinderly? Tinderly?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there is more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine in the future we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxes coming up on Thursday.
I'm excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an important.
Vote for GP for best community builder.
Yep. Vote for DeOrganized Media. Vote for GP.
Vote for Peace Love Music.
Amazing guys. You guys been killing it this year. Really thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated, to be honest with you. There's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools, to be honest. I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there. Bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community. Make sure and just vote whoever you vote for. Go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They killed it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in, and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like, this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added to my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from Stacks Legs hosts a call with every builder engineer, including Experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across Stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting Experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for Experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed. But once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is the working group before that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we are not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody who's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
but I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
Aside question, Rena, do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like, I don't know, is there anything AI?
You have no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Rena with AI and like AIing me. Like, I need the whole works.
Oh, because I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings and.
Well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user, because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the 3 key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're going to have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like, I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer. So I'm trying to do my best with API feeds, because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And I'm just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like, I really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley is. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP 31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more notes in the dock, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, dedication. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, rebuild with pride. From core to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in
It is time for SIP Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking Stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the SIPCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, freed your SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So, do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right, so probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace, love. Do you want to share?
Oh, yeah. We made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me. Hold on.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, soon I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
that's all right. Now it's breaking.
Control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome. Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share the blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026 for this reason. We have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasury. Like this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of if market conditions improve, we're at $1, $2, $3. What do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are 2 things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there, nice. Go up a little bit, well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up, other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Vest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the Labs Co., any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed. Yeah, and it's, I mean, these number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally, we can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks has been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations, that explaining both. There's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. You know, they have a light bulb moment, especially at Dev Connect where it was a lot of devs. You know, because they're the people that are building, and so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too on top of dual stacking. SBTC, just SBTC being open, you know, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, you know, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all this stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post, go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see Stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with Stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and Stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into Stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in Stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next
It keeps them alive, scouring the planet.
Clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the satisfy the high. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive.